confronting the fact that maybe they weren't aware. Maybe they should read some Isabel Wilkerson and Carol Anderson and Ta-Nehisi Coates. Maybe they should get caught up with what's really went on in America, and maybe this new America that we're all headed towards maybe I have to stand up just like Atticus Finch does in Aaron's play of the book. Maybe I need to stand up and be counted as someone who wants to right the original sin, which is, right or wrong, that's been going on for 400 years.
Well, that sounds like a benediction to me. This has been a session of the Atlantic Festival. Jeff Daniels, Dan Futterman. I got some goosebumps at the end there, pal. Really good to see you both. And there's so much more that can be seen in the Atlantic Festival. I'm Harry Smith from NBC News, and we thank you for joining us.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
And we're back with, it says, one of our favorite segments. I don't know, Steals and Deals is still my favorite, but Mr. Smith goes to...
That's hard.
It's my second favorite on the show.
Good one. All right, right? So this morning, this is going to be good. Harry is taking us to Tacoma, Washington, to introduce us to a family on a mission, and a mission to educate as many people as possible about these untold stories of some African Americans.
So... we're in Tulsa earlier this summer, reporting on the race massacre of 100 years ago. We're in a little community center there, and off in a little corner is just this tiny room with a couple of pieces in it, right? And kind of looking in, and here comes Bernard Kinsey. And he's just this bigger-than-life person, says, let me show you what we got here, right? And he says, but this is a tiny little sample. The real thing, if you want to see it, come to Tacoma later this summer. So we did.
Wow.
Tacoma, Washington has a beautiful art museum. The couple in this picture, it's their name on the giant sign outside.
To whom much is given, much is required in a life of no regrets, and that's what we try to live every day.
Bernard and Shirley Kinsey are here to share their life's passion, a breathtaking collection of art and historic memorabilia.
Because people always want to know, where do you find these things? And I had to stop and think yesterday. I said, well, I don't even remember how we found it. It literally found us.
What you will find inside is beautiful, evocative, rich, and revelatory. Like this signature painting by Ava Casey, a woman unshackled. On her dress, tiny inscriptions of African-American inventions.
Airplane safety device, blood plasma preserve, seed planters, corn harvesters, phone transmitters, shoemaker cabinet, just everything on here.
Right.
And then you see her bracelets are like shackles.
Yeah.
And now.
Yeah, and look at the story. We did not come to America because it was a better place. We came and made it a better place.
In the mural that is America's story, there are crucial sections that are blank. Between the broad brushstrokes, what's missing are details. Details that make it richer, more defined, more truthful, like the service of black soldiers in World War I.
We had 400,000 black men go off to Europe, but they could only dig ditches and bury the dead. The French government asked General Pershing to allow the black troops to fight in French uniform and French guns, French tanks, And the 369th Harlem Hellfighters out of Harlem took on the task. And they fought for 192 days and was the first regiment to reach the Rhine River.
Black history, says Bernard, is American history.
41st and 42nd Congress, 1870, black senator and congressman in the South, elected because black people could vote. In other words, in 1867, we voted. If you vote, you get this, okay? That's just that simple.
History and art that's transparent, transformative.
And this particular piece reminds me of home. I grew up on a little dirt road in a 2-bedroom house with tin roof.
The piece by artist Huey Lee Smith.
So when I saw this, a number of years ago now, I looked at that and I said, you know, that's me. That's me jumping rope on the foundation of the house I grew up in. Didn't know where I was going, but I was going somewhere.
Somewhere was historically black Florida A&M University, where she met Bernard. Two things about Shirley caught his attention.
She's always the prettiest lady in the room. And she had such courage to get arrested during the civil rights period at Florida A&M.
And while the art collection came later, it's been funded in part. Well, listen to this.
You know, we agreed that when we moved to California from Tallahassee, that we would save her check and live on my check. And for the first 15 years, we didn't spend a paycheck.
And my friends say, oh, Shirley, that's your money y'all spending now.
The collection, or parts of it, have been displayed from Epcot to Hong Kong and seen by millions.
3 things. I hope they walk away being inspired, motivated, and a little bit more educated. I hope they have something inside, one of those, I think it was Oprah who used to call them aha moments. Like, oh, this is why that happened. This is why this is going on. This is what we can do about it.
Walk through the collection, and you can almost hear the words of poet Maya Angelou.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I'll rise.
Coming to the Kinsey collection, your brain is going to be doing like this.
No question, you will get schooled by what you see here, but in a good way.
We are fully American.
The Kinsey's son, Khalil, is curator of the collection.
That's my wish, is that this is enriching, you know, and that people come in and that they get something from it, whether it's big or small, but that they, again, leave expanded and enjoy the time.
We certainly did.
So if you were in the Pacific Northwest, you must go.
We learned something I did just from this piece.
Right? Yeah, and honestly, we're in there for hours. We're in there all day.
Right.
It gives me goosebumps to think about just how it's edifying. I mean, you get in there and there's so much beautiful to see and there's so much to learn in such a good way.
And you were saying that's just a piece of the collection.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got a lot.
I love that you're just. You're
and oh, by the way, they started with $78 in their pockets when they moved to Los Angeles.
Where is that again?
It's in Tacoma, Washington. There's a big art museum there.
Oh my goodness. Harry, thank you. So here's the deal before we let you go.
Yeah.
We know that you celebrated a big milestone over the weekend.
That's right.
So we have a little something for you.
Here you go,
you're
buddy.
Amazing. Yay! Happy birthday!
Wait a minute. What is that there? Can I...
Don't smell it.
70.
Yeah, don't smell
70.
it.
That can't be right. Turn it around, it'll say 7.
Oh. There it is.
There you go, buddy.
70 years old.
You are the skipper to my Gilligan, my friend.
First of all, this is pretty sacred space for country music, and I know you were on this stage before. What's it like to be here on this stage?
Well, I mean, this is like I think I said the day they put me in here that this was for a country singer and songwriter. It's just top of the mountain. That's what it is. It's hard to believe that I'm part of this.
Yeah. And it does. There's something about walking in here where you can feel that. You can feel like that it's almost the holy place for country music. When you were little, did you always want to do this? Could you imagine, you know, being in the Hall of Fame and having all these years performing?
Oh, no way. I had no idea. I just grew up, you know, real rural and in a small town, and I really didn't have any thoughts of even singing or how you could even do that. You know, there wasn't a lot of live music around our little town, and just kind of church stuff is what I grew up on.
Mm-hmm. I read something you just said in an interview that I liked so much. You said you love performing because you can hear everybody singing your music, and this is your quote. You said, "You know that your music has really touched people."
Yeah, that's true. I've never been a real want to be in the spotlight kind of performer. I'm more of a singer-songwriter guy, and you know, I've been doing this for a long time, so I've been everywhere 100 times, and it gets to be a job and a routine, and sometimes you feel like a machine, but you know, it never fails when you walk out there and have a good crowd, and they're, you know, one lady's holding up a sign that this is her 33rd concert she's been to, and another one, little boy this tall, says this is our first, holding up a sign, this is my first concert, and then they're holding up signs of different songs that have meant something in their life, you know, and from Living on Love, and then of course Where Were You, people, you know, I look out there and people are crying, and yeah, there's a lot, you know, and there's a lot of fun songs too, and 5 o'clock somewhere in Chattahoochee come on, everybody's having a big time. So I've always done, country music to me has always been just, you know, a mixture of everything from heart. Most songs are about love or heartache, but you know, country's always had everything in between, fun songs and songs about all about your life, and that's what I've sung about and written about my whole career, and that's one of the things I like the most about country music. So when you walk out there and see people affected by your music, it's endearing.
It means something.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you don't know it, but my third date with my husband was singing along to your music, and I was like, okay, he's probably a keeper. I might have to marry him, and I did. And you know, when we listened to Remember When, the thought of falling in love and hearing the little feet, you know, in the hallway now that we have little kids.
Yes, ma'am.
It means something.
Yep, it's a lot of life in some of those songs that I've written, but that I've experienced along the way.
And you've been married for 40 plus years.
40 plus something, yeah.
Have 3 grown kids.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you write about them, it must be extra meaningful.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen my music, you know, follow all the different chapters of my life, and it's like this new album. There's a song on there I wrote from my mama when she passed away a couple of years ago, and then I wrote one on there when my first daughter got married. Maddie, she asked me about the father-daughter dance, you know, and if I'd write a song, and I said, well, I'll try to write something. That's tough, but I said, but if I write something, I told all 3 of the girls, this is the one for all 3 of y'all's wedding. I don't want to have to write 3 of them. So I did, and we've used it for Maddie's wedding, and then for my middle daughter, Allie, whose wedding was last year. And matter of fact, she's on some wedding magazine today. It just came out or something. She's on the cover with her wedding thing. It's pretty cool. And so that song ended up on this album. But, you know, life always seems to you know, bring something around that I want to write about that makes sense, and a lot of times it's a subject that other people have lived and relate to.
Yeah. Is it true that you still get nervous when you get up on stage to perform? Do you still get the butterflies, or you're used to it?
I'm not as bad. I mean, I was pretty shy when I first kicked all this off, you know, and I hadn't done much in my life like that, but so I was nervous, and I still am. I still have more self-conscious, I guess, than nervous. I guess I've always been that way, just, you know, walking out there in a spotlight on you. I've never, I guess some people love that, you know. I've never felt that comfortable up there, and so yeah.
What do you do? How do you face it? You just do?
Yeah, I guess I've just learned to get through it, you know, and I think with music, it's somewhat easier because you know what you're going to be doing. You're singing this song. You know, if you can remember the lyrics, you're doing. It's kind of a routine. But if you had to go up there and just talk, I don't know if I could do it as well.
Yeah, I feel like the music is what brings us all together. You were here to talk a little bit about a recent diagnosis.
Yeah, actually, it's not recent. I've been reluctant to talk about this publicly and to my fans, but it's been a while, and it's starting to affect my performance on stage a little bit, where I don't feel comfortable, and I just wanted the fans and the public to know if they've come to see me in the last few years, or if they come to see me in the future, if I play anymore, what's going on. I don't want them to think I'm drunk on stage, because I'm having problems with mobility and balance, and I have this neuropathy, a neurological disease. It's genetic that I inherited from my daddy. It's called CMT, ironically enough, because CMT was the big part of my career. I made more music videos than anybody in the industry, I think. But anyway, that's the name of it. That's abbreviation for the doctors who discovered it or whatever years ago. But it's a degenerative nerve disease that affects your nerve and muscles in your extremities, your legs and your arms and hands, and it's so it gets worse as it goes along, and there's no cure for it, and they still haven't found. My daddy had it, and we realize now that my grandmother had it on his side, and my oldest sister is 10 years older than me, has it, and she's doesn't get around too good now. But it's been affecting me for years, and it's getting more and more obvious, and I know I'm stumbling around on stage, and now I'm having a little trouble balancing even in front of the microphone, and so I just feel very uncomfortable, and I just want people to know that's why I look like I do, if they're wondering, and I don't want to appear like some whiny celebrity. It's not going to kill me. It's not deadly, but it is related like muscular dystrophy and Parkinson's disease, but it's not fatal. It's just going to disable me eventually. But my daddy died in his early 70s. He could still walk a little bit, but it is already affecting me tremendously. And again, I don't want to appear like I'm whining about it. I've had a wonderful, beautiful life, and I've been so blessed. I can't even imagine what other people go through. This is not a condition that I would be complaining about typically, but it is going to affect me performance-wise on stage, and I don't know how much I'll continue to tour. I've always thought that I never wanted to do the big retirement tour like people do and then take a year off and then come back. I think it's kind of cheesy, but I've always admired some of my heroes that just, Merle Haggard and George and Willie Nelson still playing out there at nearly 90 years old, and Charlie Pride and Loretta, and people just, they never retire. They just play as much as they can and want to. And I always thought I'd like to do that, and I would like to do that if my health will let me do that.
Yeah. But it does not affect your voice, your ability to write. You have a new album out that has some beautiful personal music. So you're still going to put out music.
I think I would like to, yes. I mean, music's always been the most important part of it to me, is the songs. I mean, the songs are what make the artist and make the music and make the fans appreciate it. I think there's a lot of good singers out there, but the songs are the main thing. So hopefully I can continue to write, and I'm not saying I won't be able to tour. I'll try to do as much as I can. So if I'm coming to your town,
we'll come.
Come see me if you want to. But I don't want people to be sad for me at all. This is just something that it's part of life. Denise and I have had ups and downs all through our life, and you get through it. We've been so blessed, and we're thankful, and I'll be fine with this. And mainly, I just didn't want people to think I was just drunk up there on stage, stumbling around every night, and that's what's causing me to look this way.
Yeah, I mean, for somebody that doesn't really love the spotlight, how does it feel to say this out loud?
Well, it makes me, in some ways, it's a relief, because I was starting to get so self-conscious up there, about stumbling around, and it just made me nervous up there, trying to keep my balance and not look pitiful. So I think it'll be good for me now to get it out in the open, and so if anybody's curious why I don't walk right, that's why.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Music is such a healing force, and you have a beautiful song out with your daughter, Maddie. What was it like putting that song out there?
Well, you know, we went through the tough time, you know, with Maddie. And most people know the story that when she got married, her first husband, we had a tragic accident and he died. And so it's been a lot of years of healing and getting through that. Well, Maddie ended up writing a book about it. She's a great writer, and it's just a beautiful story and a faithful story, and a lot about healing. And I think it'll be great for a lot of people to hear. And she wrote, one day she came to me with this piece of paper and said, I wrote this song, the lyrics, you know, and asked me to put it to music. And so I wrote the melody for it, and it turned out to be a very sweet song, and it's beautiful. And I guess they're going to include it somehow with her book, where, you know, you can only hear it if you comes with a book or something. I don't really know. But it's a beautiful song, and it was well written for her lyrically, and told her story a little more in there. And so I'm anxious for my fans to get a chance to hear that too.
Mm-hmm. That must have been such a difficult time for your family.
Hardest. We've been through a few things over the years, but you know, to see your child go through that is the hardest thing, because, you know, your daddy always takes care of everything, and, you know, I couldn't do much about that. But you know, it's been we've had some time, and it's brought some good things as well as the heartache along with it, and it's really I think we've had a good opportunity to realize how blessed we've been, you know, when we look at things like that, and it comes along, and you survive, and just thankful.
Mm-hmm. And to watch her heal,
yes,
to watch her grit and resilience, you must be so proud.
Yes, so she's all my children are special in different ways, and Maddie is very, very smart, and she is really. I'm surprised how well she was able to handle all that. I know I couldn't have, you know, done what she's done.
You are one of the most legendary. I bet you don't like that word. Somebody that doesn't like the spotlight probably doesn't like it, but you are known for your beautiful songwriting. Is it something you still love to do?
Yeah, I mean, I don't sit down every day and write, but, you know, I hear ideas, you know, and I jot them down or make little recordings, so I do. But I think, you know, the best songs usually come from something emotional, or whether it's good or sad. And those things come along, and when they do, it makes you want to sit down and write something. Mm-hmm. And I've had a lot of those instances in my life.
Yeah, your wife suffered with cancer herself.
She did.
And you wrote a beautiful song.
Thank you.
About that experience.
Yeah, that was tough. That was a tough time as well. Mm-hmm. Yes, I did, and luckily she got through that, and she's healthy as ever, and I'd say she'll outlive me. But yes, that was a scary time, and I did write that. That song just came out just one day right after you hear that word cancer, you know.
Yeah. And to have 40 years plus of marriage,
Yes.
to have built this family, what are you most proud of?
Oh, I'm just, as far as the marriage goes, I'm proud that we've survived, and I think we've had our ups and downs, and I think now I feel like we're closer than we've ever been, and more comfortable with each other and happier than we've ever been in these last few years. And of course, my daughters are always at the top of the list to be proud of as far as my personal life.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore, there is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore, there is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So this new album, I know you took a little bit of time off when you lost your mom.
Yeah, it was all between Maddie's husband and all that kind of came along at the same time, and I didn't feel like writing for quite a few years or recording, yeah.
Yeah, so when you didn't feel like writing, and now it feels like it's like years of that heartache or just the time in this new album, or at least that feels that way to me. That may not be like what it feels like to you, but you took some time, and now you have this album, and it seems like it's personal, and one that you probably were waiting to write. Is that how it feels to you?
I don't think that's... I don't know that I had any special vendetta out there or anything. I just, I've always just kind of write and sung and recorded what I love, and at the time, those songs just happened to come out, and I always try to make an album that's a mixture of all different subjects that blend well together. But I guess if anything on this album, I feel a little more freedom now because I'm not trying to worry about getting on radio and fitting into their limitations that they put on you about what you can sing about or play or what it sounds like, and I could just do what I wanted to do. So this was a little more country to me than some early stuff, but some people might not hear that. And I just wrote what I love and about what I love, and I was real proud of it.
And it probably felt good to write again.
It did feel good. I wrote a lot of songs in a short time there, and a lot of them didn't make the album, so there's quite a few more laying around.
There's more to come. What you're saying is there's more to come?
Well, there's always extra ones laying around somewhere, yeah.
Is it true that when you listen to your kids talking and their friends, you get inspiration for some of the more fun, rowdy songs?
Yes, I've had them on just about every album. I think one of my ones that I always think about, even when I'm singing on stage at night, a lot of times it reminds me, I had a song called Good Time, just a fun Friday night song. It was a hit, and I spelled out the words in there on one of the G with an O, O with a D, T with an I, and an M and an E. And where I got that from was going to my girls' high school basketball and volleyball games for years, and the cheerleaders were cheering out the school, F with the R, R with the A, F, R, A. And, you know, that ended up making that chorus like that, you know, so just always something.
I love that. The inspiration came from a high school basketball game.
Yeah, you never know where it's going to come from.
Yeah. So just to finish up, because I know, thank you for giving me this time, but how, like, at this stage in your life, how important is music to you?
Well, I mean, it's not as important as it was in my early days. I'll be honest with you. You know, when you're starting out, you got that record deal and you're writing songs and making albums, you're watching that chart and trying, you know, you're consumed with it. That's what most people are, and you, like any business, you kind of have to be, you know, dedicate your life to it if you want it to be successful for. So the first few years, you were 100% all the time, and then as my life changed, then my priorities changed some too. Once you had children, and you know, you're enjoying life, and I finally had a little money where I could enjoy. You know, I didn't have anything our whole lives, and so it all kind of changed that perspective a little bit. But you know, at the same time, I've always just kept believing that the songs are the important thing. I kept trying to write, and hopefully that's been part of my longevity, is being able to come up with songs.
So you get the joy just in the purity of the music.
I think so. I mean, it's great to be recognized at award shows and all. I mean, I always just cared about the Country Music Awards. That's all I cared about. I wasn't worried about the Grammys or any crazy thing. You know, I just wanted Country Music Awards. That's all I wondered if I was going to be on any of them. But and I've been blessed with a lot of awards too. Yes.
Do you think country music is dead or hurting?
Well, I think real country music is really not part of mainstream country music anymore. I mean, and I don't want to sound like an old bitter country singer, but you know, it's a different generation. They like what they like, and the fans like what they do, and there's still some good music out there, but there's really no, in my opinion, there's no real country music where, I mean, even though the instruments are going away, you know, the steel and the fiddle, and I wrote a song about that on this album, but it wasn't, my song on that album wasn't to condemn what everybody's doing. It was just my love for the music and my it was like a heartbreak song. It was like a lost love song that I missed that, and that's what I was writing about. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great artists out there now, and I just don't think there's any real country music left. I think there are young people, young artists that love that kind of music, and that are wanting to make it and wanting to write it. But and I'm not that up on the business anymore, what happens, but I feel like they're not getting a shot at record labels, or the radio stations won't play real country music anymore. And it's sad because there's a lot of fans out there.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
So, Denise, you guys have been married for 40 years. What has been the secret to this lasting relationship?
That he's been on the road so much. I don't know. I mean, just take each day as it comes. And we've had a lot of ups and downs, and we're separated very briefly in our marriage about 25 years ago, and just keep plugging away at it. You know, when we married, it was for life, for better, for worse, and we've had a lot of better and a little bit of worse.
Mm-hmm. And I know you have, you had your own health scare, your battle with cancer, and that must have been a very hard time in your life and in your marriage.
It was something I never dreamed of. I was 50 years old and perfectly healthy, and
she never even gets a cold or anything. If anybody's going to get sick, it'd be me, and then she had something like that.
And it was the shock of our lifetime, really.
Yeah.
But thank goodness the treatments worked, and
she's tough,
stronger than ever now. I'm 10 years out, and just had to really just cling to my faith during that time, because if anything will set you down, it's hearing that word, cancer.
Yeah. And what about the beautiful song that your husband wrote? Can you listen to it?
Oh my goodness, I haven't listened to it in so long, but for those who don't know, it was When I Saw You Leaving in My Mind, and just his emotions of what it would have been like had he experienced that. So it was a very powerful song, and you know, it kind of gets me even now thinking about it.
Yeah, it really is a powerful song. And now to be sitting here 10 years later with your husband, and after 40 years of marriage, and know that he's going through his own battle. It's a smaller one, but it's a battle. How are y'all doing it together?
I think it's just, you know, we lift each other up. When I'm down, he lifts me up. When he's down, I try to lift him up. And then, you know, we've had other tragedies in our lifetime. You know, my brother's suicide, we had cancer, we had our separation, and then recently, 3 years ago, the loss of our son-in-law, as you all talked about. You know, you're there for each other. But then again, the happy side of that is we've had a fairy tale life. In the midst of all those heartaches and the sadnesses and the sorrows and disappointments, we've lived a fairy tale life. Both of our daddies were blue-collar workers. We didn't ever dream that we would have a life like we've had. And just for him to have affected so many people over his 30-year career, and I would like to think that my faith and the book that I wrote several years ago after our separation has touched some lives. And I can even see in Maddie now just the strength and the faith that she has, and you know how the Lord is already using her to minister to other people and to comfort other people. And so yes, we've had our heartaches, but we have also had a fairy tale life, and so blessed, and just nothing but just thank God that we've had the life that we have had together.
There's been a lot of joy.
A lot of joy.
My name's Jon Stewart. I've been away from television for some time. This is what I look like now.
First thing, I mean, how did it feel to be back in front of an audience? Were you like, sweet studio audience, or were you nervous?
Because of the COVID, I'm still not very pleased, like, when anybody exhales. Like, I just sort of thought, like, all right, let's do this like free diving. We're gonna go into the studio, we're gonna hold our breath for as long as we can hold it, and then we're out of there. But, so I'm still not as comfortable. I have performed since then. You know, Dave Chappelle put together this kind of great stand-up series and music series, all this stuff, in a cornfield in Ohio. So I've done a little bit of that. So I was around some audience. Although it's funny, when we did it in the field, everybody had to be masked because this was still early on. So there was no vaccine, so there was no nothing. And it felt a little bit like a Faustian bargain. Like, you can perform, you can do your comedy, but you can see no one's mouths. You can see no smiles. So
That's hard as a performer, isn't it?
you look for the crinkle in the eye. You come back off stage, you go like, oh my God, did you see the crinkle? I was killing out there.
So crinkly.
Why would I go back to a visual medium? I could have done a podcast.
Unfortunately, it was my idea. I'm the idiot that cajoled myself. So yeah, I'm excited to do it. It felt like a nice evolution of the kinds of conversations that we've been having on The Daily Show and things like that.
Let's just get this out of the way. Is it funny?
There are hopefully there are moments of humor and levity. I mean, that's kind of what I do. I mean, it sort of starts if you had seen kind of the things that we've done on The Daily Show. It begins with kind of a more Daily Show-esque essay at the top, sort of a more visual video essay to kind of orient the audience to whatever topic or issue that we're discussing. And then it moves on to things that are probably a little bit less familiar for that audience. But depending on the topic, yeah, I mean, certainly the episode on toxic exposures in the military is slightly less amusing than, let's say, the Freedom episode. But you know, it's of a similar piece, and we have some humor in it, we hope.
We're talking about this country. What's okay, what isn't? What are the priorities? That has to change or nothing will change.
I thought watching it, the answer is yes, it's funny. It'll make you laugh, but it also might make you cry.
Oh, well hold on a second.
Thank you.
I'm going to use that on the, it makes you laugh, it makes you cry. That's going right on the magazine head, Savannah. I'm going to put that in quotes. Savannah Guthrie, Today's Show. It'll make you laugh. It'll make you cry.
Maybe I missed my career in marketing.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. You're the blurb queen. Everybody who said, I'm going to talk to Savannah Guthrie said, oh, are you talking about the blurb queen?
Oh, yeah. Blurb.
She can blurb it like nobody blurbs it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jon Stewart. Why don't we begin tonight with something non-controversial? We support our troops, unless they actually need support.
There's a lot of it that feels like The Daily Show, but it also is going a lot deeper. And I don't mean deeper into the controversy. You're going deeper into the substance.
Well, I hope so. I mean, it's, part of the experience of the last few years has been realizing that some of the things that you believe are the obstacles to certain progress or certain improvements and things that just seem obvious are not what's actually going on. Like the Today Show, like you're in there every day, man. You make your bones on volume. Like no matter what, you're there. And you can create that impression. And it felt to me maybe a chance to step back for a second and maybe look at the system.
I don't think I'm going to miss being on television every day. I'm going to miss coming here every day.
Was there any part of you that decided to come back to TV because of anything that's happened in the last 5 years where you felt like, I am dying to get this off my chest? I wish I had a show right now, because if I did, I would say this.
Not really. I mean, I feel like I get things. I mean, maybe that's because of stand-up, but I feel like I get to get things off my chest all the time. I have children. I get to unburden myself at breakfast and dinner almost every day. One of the audience members said, these past 5 years, you've missed so much, the entirety of the Trump administration and the pandemic. And I had to say that, just so you know, like, I am still alive in the world. Like it's, I think there's a sense sometimes that when you're not on television, you stop existing because that's how people sort of see you. Yeah. It really had more to do with an idea I had about one of the reasons why I left The Daily Show is I felt that I had stagnated, that I really I couldn't think of how to evolve that format in a meaningful enough way that it made sense to stay. And, people have asked me, did you feel the pressure from the audience and things like that? I never felt that, but you do from the staff. You know that, like, you've got this staff, they're young, they're really talented, they're hungry, they're industrious, and your mind's wandering.
I love the people here. They're the best. They're creative and collaborative and kind and that's alliterative, but it's cheating because it's a K. But you understand what I'm saying. I love them and respect them so much. Yeah!
And so that's not fair to them. Yeah. And this idea that I had was the first time I felt like, oh, that feels like an evolution to me that makes sense, that's organic, and that I feel invested in. And so I think that was more the motivation of it. And also the children and Tracy have had enough of me. I think that was a lot of it as well. They just thought like, office in New York, get up there maybe 3-5 times a week. Not a bad thing.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people. people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news.
4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
By the hand of everything.
All right, it just me too.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I don't have any specific plans. Got a lot of ideas. I got a lot of things in my head.
We need to talk about this new pastime of yours that happened during the interregnum, during the time you were off The Daily Show.
Yes.
You've gotten a new talent. Do you want to tell the viewers about it?
First of all, very kind of you to say a new talent.
I didn't say you were talented.
I have a new, let's say this, I have a new behavioral tick involving drumsticks. Yeah, no, it's something I'd always wanted to interact with music. I think if I could, most comedians I think are probably frustrated musicians. And, I've always wanted to do it. And it turns out guitar is really hard. And I picked up a guitar and I tried that. And I thought, oh, that's going to be like 5 to 7 years before I can just play Blackbird poorly. But I do know how to hit things and bang on them, done that. And so I started that, not realizing obviously the intricacies and how complex and difficult really playing drums is. But it does allow you to put on headphones and put on some of your favorite music and kind of, bang away at it. And I've just, I've loved it. I wish I had more time for it. I wish I was better at it.
Okay, how does the family feel about your drum playing?
Well, if you can imagine you're living with an older gentleman who won't stop doing this. Hey man, how's the pizza?
You have the drummer's overbite.
Oh, the drummer's overbite. Sometimes you shut the eyes. But you can imagine, so I'm generally annoying because I like to talk a lot. So at meals, that's annoying. And then when you add tapping, that elevates it to an entirely new scale of, oh my God, when do I get to go to college?
Well, let's go back to the show. You do something in the show that you didn't ever do at The Daily Show, which is you went out in the field and actually conducted an interview.
Yes.
One-on-one.
Yes.
It wasn't humorous. The first interview you did was with our Veterans Affairs Secretary, member of the cabinet. It was tense.
This delay is killing people. Yes, as soon as I was out there, I was like, oh my God, is this what the correspondents had to do? This is awful. I don't like this at all. Yeah, you're just sitting there in a room and there's no audience and there's the lights and you're like, hey, I think this guy might be getting mad at me. This isn't good. How am I going to get out of this?
It's really unpleasant.
Yeah, I don't care for it. Very tense.
Does that mean you're going to be nicer to the media in this new show?
No.
Should people expect you to skewer the media as you did? Should Fox News be scared?
One question didn't seem to really come up that much, which is, what is Fox?
Listen, man, I was on every day for 16 years. They weren't scared. So I don't think anybody should be scared of anything that we do, but hopefully, we'll still hopefully have that same eye for hypocrisy, or contradictions, things like that. But maybe a more realistic eye of like what the efficacy of pointing that out is, which apparently is very low.
What about dissent?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like you want to bring in dissenting views? Would you ever want to do, dare I say it, a Crossfire style interview or debate with someone? Does that appeal to you at all?
I mean, debate is always, anytime you have an opportunity, I think that like the interview that we did, it wasn't necessarily crossfire, but it certainly wasn't two like-minded individuals sitting down. I mean, I think you always want to hear, I think the question is that idea of opposing viewpoints, because it sets it up as a kind of a binary. And I think if anything that I've kind of figured out over the years is there's very little binary that exists other than within kind of a media construct, because as you know, like the difficulty with media is it has to be producible. So I think the benefit of not having to do something with a recipe where the elements of it have to always be somewhat similar so that you can make it, gives you an opportunity to maybe move in directions that you wouldn't normally have to move in. And so I don't look at it as, oh, we're going to get a contrary, we're going to get the pro and we're going to get the con, because so little of these issues really revolves around that. It actually generally revolves around there's an obstacle in the system or it's incentivized in such a way that these are the outcomes that are happening. So it's more, you know what I would imagine it is in some ways? It's like WebMD. It's diagnostic. And I think it's sort of hard to figure out what to do about something if the diagnosis isn't quite right. And so I think part of this is diagnostic.
What's really the problem with Jon Stewart?
That's right. You hope, or not, or it could be, this could be completely wrong. You know, that can be sometimes the problem with something that's theoretical, is you have this idea of how you want to diagnose something, but when you're met with the reality of it, it's quite different.
It's been 6 years since The Daily Show. Is there anything in your perspective that has changed, or any new information, or just your own evolution that you're bringing to this show that you didn't have 6 years ago?
It's hard to say, because you probably have to be a little bit more self-aware. You know, like, I'm trying to think, like, what have I learned in 6 years?
I'm basically asking you, like, have you grown, Jon Stewart?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you hope, but that's one of those that I think it's hard to say. I mean, I can certainly tell you physically I haven't. In fact, the opposite. You know, you would hope that there's an evolution and there are things you've learned and you do things better. And unfortunately, that just generally leads you to revelations of the things you still don't do right, or the places for growth that you still need to address. It's all kind of, I wish it were, you know, the arc of the moral universe for people is long, but it bends towards better. But I think we all know it's peaks and valleys and ups and downs.
I'm gonna have dinner on a school night with my family, who I have heard from multiple sources are lovely people.
You like to think you're on that kind of nice linear slope up of evolution and betterment. But boy, it's Sisyphusian. Is that a word? Sisyphusian.
Let me get dictionary.com again. Hold on.
Yeah, there you go. You grow a little bit, you slide, you think. You know what the problem is? The problem with Jon Stewart is you don't know what your blind spots are because you're blind to them. And so you can shine a light on one area and grow in that area, and all of a sudden this other shadow appears. And, you know, I think that's kind of that's the whole game, isn't it?
It's very human. It's very, I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
Finally, I read that you said in the time after, I don't want to call it your retirement. You didn't retire. I know. I know I'm like, you're mad at me now because I keep suggesting that.
No, it's not. It's fine.
No, but it's
not anything I haven't thought of.
In this period of time, I read you felt like being away from that daily grind. You said that life got richer and more colorful. and I liked that. But can you tell me more? Like, can you elaborate?
Well, it's probably some, that feeling because you are, listen, man, you guys are there every day. And the harder part about what you do is you're doing what we did on the Daily Show, but you're doing it at 4 a.m, or that's not a complaint. Everybody's got a job to do and those jobs have parameters. But I felt like the Daily Show, it's like looking through life through that tube, the cardboard roller that you pull out of a paper towel roll. And so you have a sense that kind of becomes your world, that you're so hyper focused on this one thing that it gives you this really narrow field of view. And then when you leave it, there's this expectation that you've somehow diminished your life and experience by removing this incredible opportunity you had, this incredible success you had. And so you remove the tube and then you go, oh my God. It feels like one of those videos where the guy puts on the glasses for the first time and sees colors, where you're just like, oh, I had no idea that all this was going on. And it was kind of a beautiful, there was a weird, I think for the first few months after leaving the show, I was a little Forrest Gumpy, like just out in the world, like, how, what? You don't need to swipe the card, you just hold it up and suddenly the groceries are yours? Impossible, outrageous. I love it. It was that kind of thing. So,
emerging from like the space-time continuum.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Rip Van Winkle to it. And I think even to the point of just being able to pick the kids up from school, I had experienced fatherhood in the crying times. Like it was always getting them ready for school or getting them ready for bed. Yeah. So it was always those moments of like, I don't want to do that and I don't want to do that. And you were like, these children seem peculiar and resistant. So having those moments of just picking them up from school and driving them home and listening to the conversation in the back where they aren't as aware of you're in there, it's so much more revelatory and lovely. And so I really appreciated that. And I think that informed how I went back to doing another television show, because I didn't want to put myself in another position where my field of view got so narrowed again. I really wanted to have the satisfaction of the work without that other element of just to the detriment of all these other things in life. I believe they refer to it as balance.
I was just about to say, Jon Stewart, sounds like you have it all.
What?
Ding! I was looking for a good little ending. How do you like that as an ending?
It's nice. Obviously, you have it all, but still live within my own head, which, as you know, not a pleasant.
That's not a good, this isn't a good ending. Now you're like, you're messing it all up. Now it's getting all complicated.
Yeah, that's probably true. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much for doing it. Did I miss anything that we should have talked about that you were having on, that you wanted to get off your chest? Did I screw it up?
I was a little surprised, I asked my doctor, why is my hair completely gray? And he's like, your body stops producing the coloring. And I was like, can your body just do that? So that was just something I wanted to talk about, that I didn't realize that parts of your body die before the rest of you. It's sort of like, you ever go to a deli and it's like 8 and you're going in for a sandwich, but they've put all the saran wrap on all this, and you're like, hey man, can I get a sandwich? You're like, no, we put it away. And you're like, but it's a deli and I'd like a sandwich. You're like, yeah, no, we don't make those anymore until tomorrow. And that's what your body does. It's like, it's shut down before you're like, but I'm still using my head.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, no.
Okay, I'm gonna try to work that in. It'll flow. Let me see what I can do. But I'm not a magician, for God's sakes.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news.
4 hours until the Iowa caucuses.
By the hand of everything.
All right, it just me too.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Inside Levi's Stadium, home to the San Francisco 49ers, a very different kind of huddle.
You accomplish your individual goal when the team accomplishes their goal.
Star NFL players, staff, and dozens of specially drafted local kids discovering the power of mentorship. After being kept apart by COVID, they're finally meeting in person.
Zoom is cool, but this is even better, right?
Part of a groundbreaking partnership between an organization called 100 Black Men, working with Bay Area boys and girls, now joining forces with the 49ers. Sharing stories and advice on leadership, networking, health and wellness, and financial literacy.
Football is only for so long, but us touching one of those kids, that lasts a lifetime.
Linebacker Fred Warner and defensive lineman Eric Armstead are some of the biggest names in the game.
We play football on Sundays, but you know, we also have a lot more to give than just playing football.
What you do outside of the stadium is as important as what you do inside.
Absolutely.
More important.
There you go.
More important. Why?
What you do inside the stadium obviously gives you the platform, but what you do with that platform is more important. It's more impactful. Even if you're fortunate enough to get your name up here in the stadium, that will go away. But how you impact people and how you help people will remain after you're gone.
That support means the world to 17-year-old Jonathan Martin.
A mentor is somebody who will have your back.
A star student with over a 4.0 GPA, like so many other kids, he struggled with anxiety and stress throughout the pandemic.
It has definitely been isolating. Just not able to have any interaction has been very tough.
He said connecting with his 49er mentors helped pull him through.
They taught me to keep going, persevere. This is going to end one day. So just having the mentors there to coach me up and tell me that these things will be over with and that you will have a good time has just been a great help.
It's an inspiring partnership born out of one of the most consequential moments in our nation's history, the murder of George Floyd and the reckoning that followed.
We saw a whole world that was really shifted and changed by that moment.
49ers general manager John Lynch was one of those people changed.
We huddled up and we said, what can we do? How can we make an impact to make things better? And I think through a lot of conversation and uncomfortable conversation came, we have to do something.
Did that impact you personally?
Oh, absolutely.
Has this program changed the 49ers?
I know it's changed me. It's changed Fred Warner. It inspires me to want to do better. If I could have seen someone, who looked like me and, was somewhere where I wanted to be, saying as a young person that I want to be an NFL player one day, and for that NFL player to tell me, you can be so much more. Don't just shoot for the stars, just shoot past the stars. That's why I want to do what we're doing. It's really important.
Warner and Armstead also have a message for kids who feel alone and might be struggling.
At times, you may feel like you have no one that cares, no one that understands. I may not know you, we may not ever meet, but I care. I think you deserve every opportunity to be successful and live a great life.
I encourage people to educate themselves, just be a good person, be a good human being, because at the end of the day, that's what's gonna matter.
Yo, today, all day. Pucker up, because up next on Hashtag Cooking, it's all about lemons. Samadada making her favorite recipes with the versatile citrus fruit. Instead of turning lemons into lemonade, try making Sama's pasta salad with a rich and creamy lemon tahini sauce. Then for dessert, whipping up a lovely lemon loaf cake. Check it out.
I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. So, everyone has been telling you to make lemonade out of the lemons that life has apparently given you. But you know what? You don't have to listen to those people. I'm sure they have good intentions, but they don't really know how to hashtag live laugh lemons. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you how to make two of my favorite recipes that use lemons, my lemon tahini pasta salad, which is zesty and bright, paired with some zucchini and tomatoes, and my gorgeous lemon loaf cake, which is fluffy and just lightly sweet, the perfect companion to your coffee or tea. Some things I think about. Are we calling a pasta salad a salad just so we can feel better about the fact that we're really just eating chilled pasta? Whatever the case, I'm on board, especially with this lemon tahini pasta salad. It pairs two of my favorite things together, tahini and lemon, for a fresh and light pasta that I guess we can call a salad. I'm using shallots, garlic, some tomatoes for sweetness, and a zucchini in here to make it a lot more flavorful and complex. I'm gonna start by just preparing all of my ingredients because I love being prepared and I love having my cooking process go a bit quicker. So we're gonna start with the shallot. I'm just gonna dice my shallot. If you don't have a shallot on hand, don't stress, don't worry, you can use a red onion. I'm just gonna slice this little end off right here. I'm gonna make little parallel cuts into the shallot. Watch your fingers, you need those. And then I'm gonna make perpendicular cuts right on top of the shallot, keeping this end intact so we can hold on to it. And then I'm just gonna dice. Gonna add my shallots back into their bowl, into their little home until I'm ready to use them. Probably doing this the dangerous way, but I'm living on the edge. All right, so I'm gonna mince some garlic. A really easy way to do this. You're gonna put your garlic on your cutting board, use the flat edge of your knife, smash it, and then we're just gonna mince. Yes, I am using a lot of garlic, and you're probably wondering, wow, Salma, that's a lot of garlic. Why are you using so much garlic? I love garlic. The residual outcome is sometimes like you end up smelling like garlic a little bit for the rest of the day, but it's a price we can pay for a flavorful pasta, you know? And now we're going back into my bowl, back into my home, my garlic home. Garlic like ends up being a bit of my perfume. I cook with it for a bit. I promise I still have friends, still love me, even though I have some residual garlic scent. Now I'm just gonna slice my tomatoes in half. I'm using grape tomatoes here, but you can go ahead and use cherry if that's what you have on hand. The tomatoes are gonna add a nice pop of sweetness to this pasta, which uses tahini. It's a very earthy flavor, so we like having that balance. You can totally slice these tomatoes lengthwise, but I'm just gonna do them sort of like a globe because I think it looks prettier. It looks nice. Looks pretty. Okay, adding these back into my tomato home. All right, now I'm gonna cut my zucchini, trimming the ends off. You could also slice it lengthwise and then half it, but I like to do the full rounds here. I'm cutting the zucchini pretty thin because I want it to cook through pretty quickly and get nice and tender. I wanted to add zucchini to this recipe because zucchini is such a neutral tasting veggie. Like, it really absorbs a lot of the flavor of anything that it's kind of cooked with. So that's why this was the lucky pick for my vegetable addition in this pasta. My zucchini, tomatoes, shallot, garlic, everyone is ready. Now I'm just gonna heat some olive oil on my pan and start cooking the shallot. Once the oil shimmers, I'm gonna add my shallot. So my olive oil is ready, and now I'm just gonna add my shallot. I want to cook the shallots for about 5 minutes until they get nice and tender and translucent and start to brown around the edges. You want it to smell really fragrant and aromatic. It smells so good. You'll notice that it's already starting to get some nice color. That's what we want. I wouldn't mind like smelling like a shallot, but somehow it's always garlic. Like, how did I get this fate? So I think what we figured out here is that I'm starting a perfume line. Eau de shallot, eau de garlic. All right, this is exactly what I'm looking for. It's starting to brown, it looks tender, it smells amazing. Now it's time for the garlic. We're going in. The reason we didn't add the garlic in with the shallots together is because garlic doesn't take that long to cook, so we didn't want the garlic to burn. That would be a problem. We want the garlic to cook in with the shallots for about 1 to 2 minutes, not too long, and then we'll be good to go. And don't forget to season with some salt and pepper. A little salt, some pepper. I'm gonna go ahead and add my zucchini. Okay. I want to stir the zucchini in with the shallot and garlic so everybody becomes friendly, everything is nice and incorporated. In case anything starts to burn, you can feel free to add a splash or two of water. I'm gonna add just a little splash of water. You'll notice when the zucchini gets a little bit more tender, it looks a little bit more flexible, a little more bendy. That's good, that's where we want it. These are looking nice and tender and translucent, and now it's time for the tomatoes. I don't want to cook the zucchini too much longer because they're going to cook with the tomatoes as well, so we don't want anything to burn. I'm going to add my tomatoes. Look how pretty! We want to cook the tomatoes to soften them, to release their juices, but we don't want to overcook them. I want them to maintain their shape, and if you cook them for too long, they'll break down. We're looking pretty good. The zucchini is really finding its moment. All right. My zucchini is tender, my tomatoes are juicy, these are done. I'm gonna set them aside to cool, and then I'm gonna work on my pasta.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news.
4 hours until the Iowa caucuses. Private Andrews with everything.
All right, and this bit too.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now we're gonna cook our pasta. One very important step. Don't forget to salt your pasta water, or I will come find you. Okay. Make sure you cook your pasta according to the instructions on your package. And add my pasta in. While the pasta is cooking, I'm gonna make my sauce. This is a lemon tahini pasta salad, so the base of the sauce is going to be, you guessed it, lemons and tahini. I've got my tahini in this bowl. It's a very earthy flavor, so it's gonna pair super nicely with that bright and tangy acidic lemon. I'm gonna add my lemon juice. A good tip to get all of the juice out of your lemon and to loosen it up a bit is just to roll it before you juice. I'm gonna slice my lemon. Fresh. Now, I'm gonna juice it straight into my tahini. I am nothing without seasoning, and neither is this pasta, so we're gonna add some of my favorites. Got some cumin here. Red pepper flakes for a little bit of spice. Some salt. Then a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. I'm gonna whisk this up. You'll notice that the mixture will start to seize, meaning it's gonna be a bit tougher to mix it, which is why we have a little H2O to save the day. You wanna make sure your water is cold, and we'll just add a little bit at a time until it reaches your desired consistency. See how when you add that cold water, it becomes so much smoother and also helps you get everything well incorporated. You want it to be velvety and rich, and smooth. Just gonna season it to taste because that's always important. We wanna get it exactly where we want it. Taste a little. So good. Add a little more salt and a little more pepper. My sauce is done. And you know what's crazy? I finished making it before the pasta was even done cooking. I mean, let's talk about saving time in the kitchen. I'm gonna check my pasta. We're gonna be a bit of a helicopter pasta parent. Go fish for one. I can't even see, I'm too short. And you want it to be al dente, meaning you still want a bit of a bite in it. You can bite it or just break into it with your finger to see. Still needs a little bit more time. I'm gonna leave it in there for a little bit longer until it's a bit more cooked through. My pasta is done. Now before I drain it, I'm gonna save a little bit of that pasta water for later. This is gonna help bind and thicken my sauce in case I need it. I've sort of been waiting for this moment my whole life. It is time to assemble the pasta. Got my zucchini and tomatoes here. Just gonna add my pasta straight into my pan. Look at that. And just mix this around just to incorporate the pasta in with the veggies. I want to make sure that garlicky goodness and the shallots really coat that pasta well. A rogue pasta, no problem. And now it's time to add my sauce. I mean, look how creamy that is. It's like velvety smooth. See you later. I'm just gonna coat the sauce in with the pasta really well. We don't want any piece of pasta to feel lonely. It needs to have some sauce on it. This looks good. This looks well incorporated. This looks like everyone has become besties. It's time time to plate. So I know this is supposed to be pasta salad, but a little fun fact, you can eat this room temp as well. So I'm gonna serve myself a bowl. I can't not eat it right now. And I'm gonna let the rest chill in the fridge. Gotta get that zucchini, those tomatoes. It looks so creamy, but there's no dairy in it. Isn't that crazy? This looks good for me. I'm gonna squeeze a little lemon on top, just for a little hint of tartness. A little extra. I mean, she looks cute, for sure. Time to take a picture. What's nice is that you've got so many colors going on. You've got the bright pop of red from the tomatoes, you've got the green from the zucchini. The pasta's like a nice canvas for all of it to sit on top of. Looks delish. Getting really up close and personal here. I don't think the pasta will mind. Okay, I got the shot, which means I need to eat. Okay, I'm going in. Gotta get a little bit of everything. Little tomato, little pasta. I'm gonna try and do this in a dainty manner. It's probably not gonna work. Okay. I mean, usually think of pasta as something that's pretty heavy, but you've got this brightness from the lemon that allows it to feel super light and refreshing. Tomatoes for sweetness, the zucchini for a little veg moment up in there. This is gonna go in the fridge. I'm gonna transfer it to a bowl, let it chill. Keeps really well in the fridge. It's also really nice to know you've got a little meal waiting for you in the fridge whenever you're hungry or just simply want a delicious pasta salad. Transferred everything to my bowl. I'm just gonna cover it. Now I'm gonna take it to the fridge to chill, and then when I come back, we're gonna make my lemon loaf cake.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds, 4. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivering.
All right, it just me too.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This lemon loaf cake is inspired by my parents' citrus trees in California. My dad tends to our lemon trees because he's the only one in my family with a green thumb, or at least he tries to have one. So I wanted to make a really delicious post-breakfast sweet treat for us to enjoy together. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and I've also lined my little loaf pan with some parchment paper. I did this with cute little flaps so that you'll easily be able to lift the lemon loaf cake up after it's done baking. Now I'm going to get started on my dry ingredients. I'm using some oat flour and some coconut flour. I really like this because oat flour is nice and hearty and coconut flour is light and absorbent, so they make a really nice pair. I'm just going to add my coconut flour to my oat flour. I'm going to add baking powder. I'm going to whisk everything together. Oat flour and coconut flour are both gluten-free, so if you're into that, that's great. If you're not, I promise you'll still love this recipe, but make sure you do check your oat flour package to ensure you're using the gluten-free variety. We want to whisk this until everything is nicely incorporated. Everything looks nice and incorporated, and now I'm going to start on my wet ingredients. I'm going to crack 2 eggs into my bowl. I'm going to beat my eggs until they're nice and smooth. All right, this looks nice and smooth. And now I'm going to work on my lemons. Our star, the lemon. First, I'm going to zest the lemon into my eggs. What's really great with zest is that it adds this nice fragrance and aroma and adds a lot more of that lemon flavor, which we love for this recipe. The lemon zest smells so fragrant and delicious. It's really going to amp up that lemon flavor in this lemon loaf cake. I only need about a teaspoon of lemon zest for this recipe, so that should be good. Now time for our juice. I'm gonna roll the lemon a bit to get more of that juice out. It's really prepped for this lemon loaf cake. I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. Okay, my lemons are all juiced, and now I'm gonna add it straight into my egg and zest situation. Mix this up until it's nice and incorporated. Now I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil. Mix that up. To sweeten this recipe up, I'm gonna add some maple syrup. I like using maple syrup here because lemon is so tart and acidic and maple is warming and really just delicious and golden, so I find that it's a perfect match made in citrus heaven. A little vanilla extract. Little splash zone for the vanilla extract, no big deal. And finally, we're gonna add some coconut sugar. The coconut sugar sweetens this up even more, which we love for this lemon loaf cake recipe. I'm gonna just add my dry ingredients straight into my wet. Now I'm gonna fold everything together. You just wanna fold everything in together really gently so everything becomes nice and incorporated. You will know when it's done, when the batter is thick and sticky. We're looking pretty cute, to be honest with you. Just gonna transfer this batter into my prepared loaf pan. We're just gonna smooth the batter out in the pan, make sure it's evenly distributed. And because we're a fun kitchen here, we're gonna add a little more coconut sugar on top. Just for a little extra sweetness. You don't have to do this. I think you should do it. Okay, sad news. We do have to allow this loaf cake to leave us for a little bit. It's gonna take a little journey in the oven for 30 to 35 minutes until the edges are nice and golden brown.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Vanner deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is cooled for about 20 minutes, and because I love being prepared, as you know, got these cute little flaps which will allow me to just lift it straight up out of the pan and get to slicing, which I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna slice right into it. I am one of those people that loves a corner piece. Give me all of the corner pieces, all of the edges. That's my jam. I mean, you can't resist. I know you can't. Don't tell me you can't, because I know you're not telling the truth. Pretty. Get a couple slices on my plate. No, I need a third for sure. I need a third. Okay. You can totally enjoy this solo, but I'm just gonna top it with a few berries just for a little extra sweetness. Goes nicely with the lemons too. I mean, I think it's ready for its close-up. The berries add that nice pop of color as well. Got a blackberry out of place, excuse me. So pretty. I cannot wait to eat this. All I really need is a cup of coffee with this. That would really pair well. JP! Make my day, why don't you? I'm ready. Now I'm ready to eat this. Okay, I'm gonna get a little piece of the cake, a little berry. That is good. It's lightly sweet. Goes perfectly with the berries. The lemon adds that nice zing, that tartness. Maple is like that golden, warming, delicious taste. Don't let your coffee live without this. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. Hashtag cooking is back, so tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven, I gotta go. See you later.
Hello, Today All Day. Up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadata making 2 protein-packed recipes with a pantry staple, canned chickpeas. First, she's going to use the chickpeas to make a hearty dinner with a chana masala and roasted sweet potatoes. For dessert, she's going to turn the legume into ooey gooey chocolatey brownies. We promise you won't even taste the chickpeas.
Just get out your aggression on these sweet potatoes, okay? If you have any stress in your life, don't take it out on your friends. Make this recipe. Take it out on these potatoes. My life would not run without chickpeas. Whether in savory recipes or sweet, chickpeas are truly the legume loves of my life. I guess you could really say I'm a hashtag chickpea chick. I'm going to show you 2 of my favorite recipes to use chickpeas, my chana masala stuffed sweet potatoes, and a delicious and surprising chickpea brownie. I know, once you make these recipes, you're going to love chickpeas as much as I do. Chana masala, sometimes called chole, is a spiced chickpea curry that my mom used to make for me all the time when I was growing up. It's one of my favorite Indian vegetarian dishes, so today I thought I'd get a little creative and stuff the chana masala inside some baked sweet potatoes. So, if baked potatoes are your vibe and spiced chickpeas are your vibe, then this is the recipe for you. I've got all of my cute sweet potatoes here. They're clean, so I'm just gonna poke them with a fork so they can release steam when they bake. Don't mistake your hand for a potato, okay? Promise me you won't do that. Keep your eyes on your goal. All right, I definitely did some damage here. Now I'm just gonna rub these potatoes with some olive oil and then sprinkle with some salt. These potatoes are at the spa currently. They're loving their lives. They're about to go into the sauna. I only find myself funny. The olive oil is gonna allow the sweet potatoes to get nice and crisp on the outside. I love eating the skin too, it's really yummy. Now, just a little sprinkle of salt. We can't forget to season everything. We need flavor everywhere. My cutie little potatoes are ready. They're going in the oven 40 to 45 minutes at 425 degrees. Now that my sweet potatoes are safely in the oven, they're secure in there, I am gonna start on my chana masala. First thing I'm gonna do is dice my onions. Just clearing my workspace, nothing to see here. I love using onions in basically everything, but onions, garlic, and ginger are just key aromatics in Indian cooking. You really can't have Indian cooking without them. Now for my garlic, just gonna mince it. A mince is really, really fine, so you just wanna get all of that delicious garlicky flavor out. You know you did this right if you smell like garlic for 3 days. We're just getting at all of that flavor. Now I'm just gonna use some ginger. A really easy way to peel ginger is to use a spoon. You can just use it to scrape back that little peel, like so. See how easy that is? Super easy. And I'm using only an inch here. Now I'm just gonna mince my ginger up super fine. I wanna extract all that flavor, just so it matches the garlic too. Okay, my onions, my garlic, my ginger, we're all ready for the hot oil. So now I'm just gonna heat some oil in my medium pot until it shimmers, and then I'll add all of my aromatics. Heating up my olive oil in my pot. Once the oil shimmers, then I know it's ready for the onions. Taking a little peek, the olive oil is shimmering, so it's time to add my onions. I want to cook these onions in the olive oil until they're tender, translucent, and starting to brown around the edges. I want to get some color on them before I add the ginger and the garlic. And the reason that we're not adding the garlic and the ginger in with the onions is because those take a lot less time to cook. So we want to get the onions going, and then we'll add the ginger and garlic so those two don't burn. I think these onions are ready to meet their garlic and ginger companions. smell. You want to cook the garlic and ginger in with the onions for about 1 to 2 minutes so it smells aromatic and fragrant. Get rid of that raw smell. This is my masala box, my masala dabba, my prized possession. I have literally never lived a single day in my kitchen without it. It's how I store all of my favorite spices. It's also how my mom taught me to store all of my spices. Let me show you a little reveal. Look at that. These are all my favorite spices that I use. And these are also the ones that are gonna go in my chana masala. My onions, garlic, and ginger smell amazing. They look amazing, which means it's time for my masala. I'm going to add some of my favorite masala spices here. I like to add cayenne for some heat, for some spice. Adding turmeric, one of my favorite spices. A lot of cumin. I absolutely love it. Time for some coriander powder. Adding that straight in. Did you know that coriander powder is just the seeds of cilantro ground up? Now you know. Now I'm just gonna add a little bit of salt and pepper. So I want to roast my masala spices until that raw masala smell goes away. We want to toast it, we want it to smell fragrant and aromatic. And finally, my little secret ingredient, amchur powder, or dry mango powder. Amchur powder is so tangy, it's tart, it adds a little something extra into this chana masala. Adding amchur powder was definitely my mom's tip, so thank you, Mom, for making my chana masala a lot better than it was before. I wish you could smell it, but you can't. So you're just gonna have to make it. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules, but I am making them a little bit here. Okay, my masala smells amazing, smells super aromatic. Now I'm gonna add my tomato paste. Here. I wanna cook the tomato paste in with my onions and spices until it deepens in color. Now I'm gonna add my tomatoes. You can use fresh tomatoes for sure, but I'm using canned and crushed tomatoes because I think convenience is the most gorgeous thing. My tomatoes are looking delicious. Delish. Now I'm gonna add my vegetable broth. Okay, I've brought everything to a boil. Now I'm just gonna reduce to a simmer and cook uncovered for 5 minutes. We have to add a very important friend to the party, our chickpeas. I could never forget about them. How could you think that? Adding them straight in here. Get them really up in that gravy. Now that the chickpeas have found a really nice home in here, I just want to simmer this together for 20 minutes. I want the gravy to become thick and the chickpeas to really infuse in with all of that masala. Make sure you cover this while it simmers.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Okay, 20 minutes has passed. I think it's time we take a peek at my chana masala. I mean, look at that. Look how thick it is. It looks delicious. It smells even better. There is one more thing that I do like to add in my chana masala. It's just a little sneaky spinach. Nothing to see here, just some sneaky spinach. You won't even see it or taste it. I just like to sneak in some cute greens in there from time to time, you know? Just adding a handful. I'm just gonna tear it, roughly. No science to that here. And I'm gonna stir it into my chana masala until it wilts. Speaking of something green, I do like to add a little bit of cilantro in here as well, something zesty, herby, brings all of the flavors to light. I keep those tender stems, but I'll remove the thick stems like this. This doesn't have to be added to our chana masala. All this talk about cilantro has me craving something, my cilantro mint chutney. I'm gonna show you how to make that. I'm just gonna let this hang out while I do that. Let me just start off by saying that I love chutney. A life without chutney is one that I just don't wanna live. If you're not eating chutney, you are not living. Chutney is super popular in Indian food, especially Indian street food. I find that it's zesty, it's bright, it's usually with a lot of herbs, a lot of spices, a lot of lemon or something acidic. It's super delicious and really tangy. Let's make my favorite cilantro mint chutney. This, by the way, is so easy to make. You're just gonna throw everything in your blender. Just gonna get my cilantro ready. Again, just like in my chana masala, where it's okay to keep those tender stems on the cilantro, I'm just gonna keep the tender ones but remove the thicker ones. These are a bit more bitter, so we don't want these in our chutney. Like I said, super simple recipe, gonna add everything to our blender. I don't know why these spatulas are in here. They wanted their 15 seconds of fame. Remove them. I'm gonna add my cilantro straight into my blender. Like that. Mint is super floral, it's very bright. So I find that it complements the cilantro really well. And anything you add this in is just gonna really awaken the flavors. If the flavors were sleeping, this chutney is gonna awaken the flavors. I love some heat, I love some spice. So we're gonna be adding a full green chili here. If you want it to be less spicy, you can de-seed it. But I will not be partaking in that. I want all the spice. Just gonna trim it, pop it straight in there. Yes, I live life a little risky. It's just how I do. Just juicing a fresh lemon in. Nothing like some fresh lemon juice. It's gonna really brighten all of those flavors up, add something a bit acidic, which we need with all of those zesty herbs. Now for my spices, I'm gonna add some salt and a little cumin. My precious box. Little cumin. And some salt. Now I'm just gonna add a little bit of water to help get the blender going. You can feel free to add more water as you blend, just if you need to get the blender moving a bit more. Texture looks great. Oh, it smells so good too. With that, as you can see, some nice texture. I wanted this to be a little thinner because I will be drizzling it on top of my chana masala stuffed sweet potatoes. I'm gonna set this aside, go check on my potatoes, and then I'm gonna get ready to plate.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
I mean, it is literally oozing sweetness. Look at that caramelization. Okay, so I have to tell you something. Chana masala is typically served with roti, naan, or rice, but I wanted to get a little fun here, a little creative, so I'm gonna stuff my chana masala into my sweet potatoes. I know, look at that now. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to plate. I think I'm ready to eat. That I know for sure. I'm gonna get this potato right here. That is the one that I want. This is the chosen one. Look at all of that sugar that's just caramelized around the edges. Okay, you need to look at this. Do you see this? Do you see it? Okay, onto my plate we go. Love a sweet potato. Love, literally love. Time to bring my chana masala into the picture. I'm gonna move these guys aside. I will see you later. Time for you. Does everyone talk to their food like I do? Maybe not. Okay. I'm gonna cut my sweet potato. Just create a little slit right here. Just a little home for that chana masala to sit in. Look at that steam. Perfect. Now it's time for my chana masala. That smells so good. Gonna get a little bit of everything, that thick gravy, the chickpeas, my sneaky spinach. Straight inside. It fits perfectly. Little home for my chana masala. Great. Okay. Now, did not forget about my cilantro chutney. This is gonna add some brightness, some freshness, and a little bit of spice. Now, just for a little bit of glam, we're gonna add some chopped, or I should say torn cilantro. A little on the plate, just to, you know, aesthetics. I can assure you that my mom has never done this before, so I have to show her a picture. I wanna see what she's gonna think. She will be proud of this chana masala though, because that looks pretty good. Mom, I hope you're proud. That looks so pretty. Aesthetically speaking, this looks amazing. Can I eat this now? I think yes, I can eat this now. I mean, this literally can do no wrong. It's hearty, it's satisfying, it's filling. It's very balanced. I think I really leveled up baked potatoes today. Perfect weeknight, dinner, even lunch. That caramelization on that sweet potato is just getting me. I just can't even handle it. Looks so good. We all think of chickpeas in something like a chana masala, right? But here's the secret. I really like to bake with them in my desserts. I know you're questioning my life choices right now, but just you wait. I'm gonna go get the ingredients for my chickpea brownies.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers.
All right, it just me too.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
These chickpea brownies are one of the most popular recipes on my blog. And because I know you're wondering, I know you're asking the question, can you taste the chickpeas? All I have to say to you is no. All they do is simply create an irresistible fudgy texture. And with chocolate involved, everyone wins. So let's get to it. First thing I'm gonna add in here is some almond butter. I like this because it's kind of rich, it's nutty, it adds a lot to these brownies. Now we're gonna add my chickpeas, my most valuable pantry player, my MVP, my chickpeas. Make sure before you add these chickpeas into your blender, you rinse them super, super well. And just remember, the chickpeas don't add any flavor to these brownies. All they do is help to create a really nice fudgy texture and make it really satiating when you eat it. Now I'm gonna go for some vanilla extract. Delish. To sweeten these chickpea brownies up, I'm gonna use some coconut sugar. Beautiful. Now for my flour in these brownies, I'm not actually using a bunch of it at all. I'm gonna use some almond flour. It's kind of dense, it's delicious. It's also gonna help create a nice and fudgy brownie. What I like about almond flour is that it's just almonds, right? So that creates some really good texture and also a really nice nutty finish. Okay, we've gotta have a little bit of cocoa powder. I'm using unsweetened cocoa powder here. This is really important. We don't want anything added to our cocoa powder. We want it to be pure. And we're already adding sugar to our brownie, so no need to buy a sweetened cocoa powder. To help everything blend, I'm gonna add some almond milk now and a little bit later too. Are you ready for the blender brownies of your dreams? Are you ready to not make a smoothie and make brownies instead? Same. Okay, here we go. Perfection, perfection. I'm gonna scrape the sides down, give it another little blend. You want it to be super, super smooth. You literally never know there are chickpeas in here. It's actually kind of scary. Okay, you gotta look at this texture. You gotta look at this texture. Come on now, that's just not fair. Super velvety, really smooth. Just needs one thing, chocolate chips, because it's me. And why would I make a brownie without chocolate chips? It just doesn't seem right. Make sure you remove this from the blender before you add your chocolate chips so you don't blend up some chocolate chips into the air. No, that is not speaking from personal experience. I'm gonna fold in my chocolate chips. I do not measure this with anything but my heart and my soul. Now it's time to transfer into my pan. Gotta get a shot of this. The texture is luscious. I know, there's chickpeas in here. Isn't that crazy? You really could fool a lot of people. I'm not saying do that. I'm not saying trick people, but like, I'm just saying you could. Have you ever wondered what the difference is between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Well, I have news for you. There is no difference. They're the same thing. Garbanzo is just the Spanish term for a chickpea. This just looks nice, honestly, plus a little extra chocolate never hurt anyone. I gave up. Okay, we are ready for the oven. Going in 350 degrees for 35 to 40 minutes, and I'm so excited for their journey. My pride and joy, my chickpea brownies. I've let them cool for 25 minutes. This is important because it lets them firm up. And when they come out of the oven, you know that they're done when they start to pull away from the sides of the pan. Look at how easy parchment paper makes my life. All right. I mean, look at how fudgy that is. Delish. All that has to happen, it's time for me to eat it. Okay, I think I'm ready to taste. Oh, it's so fudgy. Mmm. This is my party trick, putting chickpeas into brownies. I just need to take a picture of that interior, that fudgy bit. It's too good. It is crazy how you can't taste the chickpeas. They just add to that really nice fudgy texture. We've got some rich chocolate, so they taste super decadent, but they're also super satiating. And so fudgy, melt in your mouth. The extra chocolate chips, nobody's mad about that. I'm not mad about it. I hope this inspired you to use chickpeas in new and fun, unique ways, even baking them into brownies. Now you know why they're so versatile, and also why they're the legume love of my life.
Say there today all day. Are you looking to ditch some dairy? Well, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadata remaking 2 classically creamy dishes without the cream. First up, she's going to make a vegan mac and cheese with a velvety sauce. Then for dessert, Sama turns overripe bananas into a luscious dairy-free nice cream.
Can you imagine if they started making like onion-scented candles? That would be such a crazy choice. I'd probably buy one. If you can't eat dairy, then don't worry, I got you. I'm always coming up with new ways to make creative, delicious dips, fillings, and desserts without any of the dairy. I really just want to hashtag make dairy free cool. I'm going to show you how to make 2 of my favorite recipes that are traditionally loaded with lots of cheese and milk. First up, my masala mac and cheese, and next, because we can never forget dessert, my banana cardamom ice cream. One of the first ways that I dabbled into cooking, and maybe it's a bit generous to say cooking, was through boxed mac and cheese. I used to love that mildly suspect bright orange powder. But today, we are making my masala mac and cheese. The flavor profile is a little bit more elevated, but still just as creamy and decadent. Let's get started. The first thing that we're gonna do is dice up my onion. So I wanted to add some cooked onions into the sauce because I think it adds a lot more flavor. We want different levels of flavor and spice, and by cooking these onions down in some olive oil, it's really gonna get us there. I'm gonna peel this guy. I am just dicing my onion right there. Little rough, don't worry, because we are going to blend it later. After it's been cooked, of course. I've just diced my onions, and now I'm just gonna heat up some olive oil on my pan. Okay, my olive oil is shimmering, time to add my onions. I also want to make sure I'm seasoning my onions with some salt and pepper. A little salt, and some freshly ground black pepper. Okay, these onions look delicious, they look nice and golden brown. I'm gonna turn my stove off, set these aside to cool, and get to work on my creamy sauce. Before we get going on my sauce, I have to tell you about cashews. When you soak cashews, they absorb a lot of that water, expanding them and making them a lot easier to blend. Because they're so buttery, when you actually do blend them after they've been soaked, they can create creamy dips, dressings, sauces, desserts, mac and cheese sauce, anything, you name it. But if you skip soaking them, and please don't, you'll get a really crumbly and mealy sauce, and that's just not cute. It's really important that you soak your cashews for at least 24 hours overnight, or you can flash soak them for an hour in hot water. Best part about this mac and cheese is it comes together in this blender. What could be better? Mac and cheese in a blender? I'm on board. We're gonna add our cashews into our blender. Make sure when you're making this recipe that you only use raw cashews. No salt on it, no roasting. Because I want a little bit of a sweet taste and I want that nice orange color for this mac and cheese, I'm using a roasted sweet potato. I'm just gonna peel the skin off with my hands. By the way, if you're worried that I'm handling a hot potato, I'm not. This has been cooled. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm just gonna take about half of this, pop it in my blender. You thought I forgot about my onions? You were wrong. They're going straight in here. Now to get that really delicious, cheesy, savory flavor, I'm using some nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is a really common vegan cheese replacement. Adding this straight in my blender. It adds a bit of umami as well. Now for my spices. This is a masala mac and cheese after all. Got some cumin. Adding a bit of cayenne. Cayenne gives me that heat. I want a little bit of spice in this masala mac. I'm gonna add some turmeric. Turmeric is not only delicious, but it also adds that really gorgeous yellow color that we're chasing for this mac and cheese. And finally, we've got some garlic powder. To help everything blend together, I've got some vegetable broth. Veggie broth is also a bit better than adding something like water because it's got a little bit more flavor in there. Okay, are you ready to blend? Okay, let's do it. And if you need to, feel free to scrape down the sides of the blender to get everything well incorporated. Boom. I'm gonna add a little bit more salt, a little more pepper. Back to blending we go. Okay, I'm really pleased to announce that my mac and cheese sauce is done. Looks amazing. Time to make our pasta. Got my cute little elbows here. My water is boiling. Don't forget, please don't forget to salt your pasta water, okay? I'm gonna do that right now. Pasta water is salted. It's time for our pasta. So I am using elbows here for my little cute pasta shape. I wanted to get that very iconic mac and cheese vibe, but you can totally use whatever short pasta works for you. A shell would be nice here, penne would be nice here. Okay, so I'm just gonna fish for a piece, see how we're doing on doneness. This is the best way to check. Just pinch it with your fingers or just bite into it. Perfect. Our pasta is ready. Time to drain. Okay, don't drop the sama. Don't drop it. One more thing to do is just add our sauce to our pasta. I'm gonna add this into my bowl. I'm really excited about this sauce. Just so you know, this makes a lot of sauce. I like a saucy mac, but you can totally reserve some for later if you want it to be a little less saucy. All right, time to plate. Sorry, I just gasped. I was just taken aback. It's so creamy. All right, little fresh parsley just to top. Little bit of color, little bit of green, little bit of herb, just to bring this out. And then I'm just gonna finish it with some freshly ground black pepper. Have you ever seen a more velvety mac and cheese? I just have to capture this. Here I go. This is gonna be an action shot. Okay, think I got it. Time for me to dig in. I've never been more happy than this moment right now. There's so much flavor going on, and it's so creamy. You would not believe there's no dairy in this. I'm not telling you to throw away your boxed mac and cheese, but I'm definitely telling you to give this a try. You will not regret it. So good. It's me, and I can never have any dinner or lunch without a little bit of dessert. So up next, I've got my banana cardamom ice cream, and you're absolutely gonna love it. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
If you thought that you needed an ice cream maker to make ice cream at home, then think again. My banana cardamom ice cream comes together in a blender and takes a little nice nap in the freezer to create the most luscious vegan ice cream. Let's make it. Listen closely. I hate wasting bananas. It's so sad. Ripe bananas, really spotty bananas, are perfect for so many different types of recipes, and especially this ice cream. They help create that really luscious, creamy texture without any of the dairy. I've got my frozen bananas here. I'm just gonna pop them into my blender. When I freeze bananas, I like to cut them up in little pieces just to make it easier to blend. Really important that you're using ripe frozen bananas because we're not actually gonna add any added sugar to this recipe. All the sweetness is gonna come straight from those bananas. Okay, now, I'm gonna add a little bit of creamy almond butter into my blender. Because the bananas are super sweet, I like adding a nut butter like an almond or even a peanut butter just to balance out that sweetness. I love using cardamom in this ice cream because it's got this really nice piney, fruity undertone. Really delicious. If you don't have it, don't worry, you can totally sub cinnamon instead. Now to help everything come together, I'm just gonna add a little bit of almond milk. Here's the important thing. We're not trying to go for a smoothie here, right? So we're just gonna add a little bit of milk just to get the blender going. Time to blend. Time to scrape down the sides of the blender. I'd rather scrape down the size of the blender a million times to get that really creamy, thick, almost soft serve consistency ice cream, rather than add too much almond milk and be left with a smoothie. Can we just take a moment for my blender, please? It literally does the absolute most for me. It's key when I'm creating all of my delicious dairy-free recipes. Okay, I think we made it. I could eat this now, and you could too, but I do want a little bit of an ice cream scoopable consistency, so that's why I'm transferring it to the freezer. Okay, ice cream is in my container safely. It's ready for the freezer for an hour or more. I know, I'm sorry, but patience is key here. Let's do it. My ice cream is done. A little patience gets us a very long way. I am just gonna cut some strawberries to top my ice cream with, and then I'm gonna enjoy it. No, I did not just sneak a strawberry. I have been waiting for a long time for my dessert, so it is time to scoop my ice cream. I'm very excited. I just gasped yet again. Oh, you thought I was a single scoop girl? Think again. Oh, you thought I was a double scoop girl? Think once more. Time to top with some of my strawberries, just for some color, just for some freshness. I would say this looks too pretty to eat, but I'm for sure gonna eat it. I will take a picture though. Okay, I'm ready to taste. It is crazy that you can make something this creamy with frozen bananas. It's crazy, it's wild. The bananas are so sweet, and we've got that almond butter to balance it out, and that cardamom brings all the flavors to life. The next time you're craving something super creamy and delicious, but you can't have dairy, look, there's options for you. These are so easy to make. I made so many of my dairy-free recipes in my blender. Easy to whip up, just as decadent, just as creamy and delicious, without the dairy. Hold me back. I am going in again. Oh, it's so good.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is seriously so good. It's like, the sweetness is perfect. It's not too much, it's not too little. It's like my little Goldilocks sweetness. It's so good. Who doesn't love a muffin? As for me, whenever I enter any bakery or cafe, my eyes go directly to the muffins. I am obsessed. Am I the hashtag muffin woman? I don't know, that's a question for another day. But I've always wanted to create my favorite bakery style muffins at home. So after a little testing, I came up with two that are always on rotation for me. First up, a blueberry muffin just sweetened with some honey, and lemon poppy seed muffin tops with a cute lemon cashew glaze. I always bake with chocolate over fruit. That's typically my MO. But I will say, I always make a little exception when it comes to a blueberry muffin. They're just my favorite staple comfort baked good. But I was thinking, why should I go to a bakery when I can make one in my own kitchen? So let's get started. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees and I've lined my little muffin tin with these cute muffin liners. They're so cute. Now I can start on my wet ingredients. First up, I've got one egg. Just cracked my egg in here. Gonna whisk it really well. I want no separation between the yolk and the whites. This looks nice and uniform. Now, I'm gonna add in my almond butter. I find that the almond butter kind of adds a really nice nuttiness to these muffins. It's so delicious. Gonna mix my egg and my almond butter together really nicely so it's well incorporated. And now I'm gonna go ahead and add my melted and cooled coconut oil. This is gonna serve as a nice butter replacement. Okay, and now I'm gonna add a little bit of vanilla extract. And for my star, I cannot have my honey blueberry muffins without the honey. That would simply be wrong. I like to use local honey for these muffins, especially because it's such an important flavor component. I really want to use the good stuff. And finally, I want a little touch of acidity just to bring out all of those flavors, so I'm gonna add a little bit of fresh lemon juice. Perfect. Mix the lemon juice in there. It smells so good. Okay, my wet ingredients look perfect. They're well incorporated, they're well mixed, which means it's time for me to move on to my dry ingredients. I'm using almond flour for this recipe, which is honestly my favorite flour to bake with. It's super cakey and dense, so it creates a really nice texture in these muffins. I'm gonna add some baking powder and a little pinch of salt. Just a little, perfect. Now I'm just gonna whisk my dry ingredients together, make sure everything's well incorporated. You know what time it is. It's time to combine our wet and dry ingredients. We want an even muffin batter. It smells so good already. All right, I'm just gonna add a little bit of almond milk to help everything come together a bit better. This is looking great. Now, this is a blueberry muffin. So I've got my gorgeous fresh blueberries here. Just proceed with caution when you're folding your blueberries into the batter. We don't want them to burst. They're precious, they're delicate. Just like, be careful of their feelings, okay? Okay, we look nice and well incorporated here, so it's time for me to add them into my muffin tin. I like using a cookie scoop for cookies, for muffins, because it allows me to just capture even amounts of batter per muffin tin, per cookie, makes it really consistent. And then you get a nice even bake too. Perfect. All right, so all that's left to do is bake them. They're going in the oven 30 to 35 minutes. I'm really excited to see them on the other end of this. Should I open a bakery? Just wondering. They look so cute. I've let them cool for 15 minutes, which means that it's definitely time for me to eat them. Okay, let's take a look. I mean, come on. They look so good. Before I dive into these, okay, I'm gonna have to take a picture. If I'm trying to start my own bakery, I gotta have some documentation of this moment. Pretty iconic stuff, I have to say. I think it's time for me to try them. I think I've waited long enough. Here's a question. Do you bite into your muffin or do you rip a piece off? I'm gonna be dainty today and rip a little piece off. Here I go. Okay, oh, almost lost a blueberry. It's crazy how well the blueberries and the honey go together. It's so good. Speaking of muffins, if you only eat the muffin tops, don't worry, I'm not judging you. In fact, my next recipe is for you because I'm gonna be making my lemon poppy seed muffin tops. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You and I both know that we are kind of only here for the muffin tops, or at least that's my favorite part of the muffin. So for my next recipe, I thought I would whip up a lemon poppy seed muffin top with a lemon cashew glaze to satisfy all of you muffin top lovers out there. And I know you're out there. I preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and because I love being prepared, I have lined my pan with parchment paper, and now I get to work on my wet ingredients. All right, I'm gonna crack 2 eggs. Now I'm gonna add in my melted and cooled coconut oil. All right, whisking that nicely. I'm using maple syrup and coconut sugar to sweeten these muffin tops. They're my 2 favorite sweeteners. They add a really nice, robust taste, especially when paired together. Adding my maple syrup. Reminds me of pancakes and waffles, but it's kind of better in a muffin. This is a lemon poppy seed muffin top, which means we can't make it without the lemons, right? First, I'm gonna zest some lemons. I love using the lemon zest. It really amplifies that lemon flavor in these muffin tops. Now I'm gonna juice my lemons. Because I love precision, I'm gonna juice my lemons straight into this measuring cup so I know exactly how much I'm using. Okay, we've got our lemon juice, and now we're just gonna add it straight into the rest of our wet ingredients. Mix that up really nicely. And for one more layer of our sweetness, I'm gonna add some coconut sugar. It's super warm, it's rich, it's golden. All right, our dry ingredients, very important, just as important as our wet ingredients. Here, I'm using a combination of almond flour and oat flour. I find that almond flour is pretty dense. The only ingredient is almonds, and with oats, it's a little bit lighter. I'm gonna add some baking powder, a little pinch of salt to bring out all of that sweetness, just a little. I'm gonna whisk this together. Just for a little something extra, I'm gonna add in some rolled oats. I find that this gives a lot of texture. It's really nice to have in these muffin tops. And because I'm really trying to recreate that iconic lemon poppy seed muffin, we have to have our poppy seeds. Okay, this looks really nice. It's time to combine our wet and dry ingredients. And add this in. Perfect. Just gonna fold everything in super gently. Okay, this looks perfect. Time to use my giant cookie scoop and scoop these onto my pan. I like using these because it allows me to get a really nice uniform muffin top, so they're all even, they're all the same size. You know what's really great about a muffin top? You don't need a muffin tin to make them. Just use your cookie sheet. It's a game changer. These are ready for a little journey in the oven, 350 degrees for about 30 minutes, or until it's nice and golden brown around the edges. Let's go. I've let my muffins cool for about 20 minutes, and you know what they need? You know what they're ready for? A little glaze. I'm gonna just preface this for you. I just wanna tell you that this glaze is kind of like a cross between a glaze and a frosting. So I do tend to call it a glosting. And I know I made that word up, and I'm honestly pretty proud of myself for it. So let's make our glosting. To make this really creamy, delicious glaze slash frosting, aka glosting, we are going to be using some cashews. I've soaked these cashews, and when you soak them, it actually allows them to absorb that liquid and become really nice and tender and plump. This is gonna be the perfect thing to just blitz up in our blender because it's gonna be really luscious and smooth. I drained the water from my soaked cashews, and I'm just gonna pop them in my blender. To complement that gorgeous lemon flavor in our lemon poppy seed muffin tops, I'm going to add some lemon juice into my blender, into my glosting. Now, to sweeten this up, I'm going to add some maple syrup. Time for a little oat milk. Finally, to bring out all of those flavors, balance everything out, a little pinch of salt. Now I'm just going to blend this up. Look at this gorgeous glosting. All right, we're ready to put this glaze on. Let me give you some options because we love options. You can do a little drizzle like this. It's so pretty. It's so thick and creamy. Do a little delicate, unfussy drizzle, or if you want to really commit, you can just gloss that whole thing. Don't be shy. Getting it to really fall over the sides like that. It's really good. One last thing to really finish it off, seal the deal, a little extra poppy seed garnish. Those poppy seeds add some nice nuttiness. Gotta take a picture. I mean, that frosting, it like, who gave the frosting permission to do that right there? It's almost unfair. Now it's my time to eat. My turn to eat. Pretty, right? Okay, I'm ready. You know what's the worst thing in a lemon baked good? Not enough lemon. This is so tart, perfectly sweet. I have no rules for myself. I don't know, I feel like I found a new calling in life, and I think it might be to open a muffin store. We'll have plenty of muffin tops, plenty of regular muffins. I hope this inspired you to make muffins at home. I mean, this is so easy to make. The frosting slash glosting, also very easy. I just hope you never go without a muffin again in your own home.
Buongiorno today, all day. Who doesn't love Italian food? Well, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Sama is putting her own spin on two classic Italian dishes. First, a crispy breaded eggplant that's baked, not deep fried, and gluten-free. Then she whips up a vegan version of a classic pasta dish. Oh yeah, manja.
So when I said cacio e pepe, really, I meant cashew e pepe. Huh? Am I the only one who laughs at my own jokes? All hail Italian food. I love it. Some traditional Italian dishes do have a lot of dairy, so I wanted to create some of my favorites with a plant-based twist. Today I'm going to show you how to make a breaded eggplant that uses almond meal instead of breadcrumbs in a really delicious and creamy vegan cacio e pepe. This is Hashtag Sama's Italian. Eggplant is a vegetable I kind of tend to forget about the second it enters my kitchen. So, to use up all of my forgotten eggplant that I've been finding in my fridge, I wanted to create something that had the breading of an eggplant parm, but the snackability of something like a slice of bruschetta. So, enter my breaded eggplant. The first thing that we're gonna do is slice our eggplant. Got a cute eggplant here. Just gonna trim the end off and start slicing. Here's a little tip. You don't actually need to salt your eggplant. Traditionally, you'd salt your eggplant to get rid of that bitterness, but nowadays, the bitterness has been bred out of eggplant. I'm slicing my eggplant into little slices that are about 1/4 inch thick. Perfect. So happy I'm using up my forgotten eggplant. It's just been sitting in there for so long. Okay. I'm gonna let my eggplant hang out here while I make my little egg mixture. I wanted my breading to have a lot of flavor on its own, so in addition to my almond meal, I'm gonna add some of my favorite spices. I'm using almond meal or unblanched almond flour for this recipe, which still keeps the skin on the almonds. I find that this is really nice to add texture, and it's a great replacement for breadcrumbs. The cayenne is gonna add a little heat, and the turmeric and cumin are my favorite pairing. We cannot forget our salt and pepper. What is life without some salt and pepper? It'd be very unseasoned and boring. Little salt and some freshly ground black pepper. I like that the turmeric is also going to add some nice yellow color to this eggplant. Just going to whisk this until it's nice and well combined. I want the breading to be really flavorful, and so I'm mixing it super well so no piece of eggplant goes unseasoned. That would be really sad. Also super bold of me to wear a white shirt when I'm using turmeric. This is how I live on the edge, okay? Beautiful. The breading is happy. Now time to beat an egg. We want to whisk the egg until it's completely uniform. We don't want any separation between the yolk and the white. This looks nice and uniform. A perfect little bath for my eggplant. Now it's time to assemble. This eggplant has really been on a journey, from being forgotten in the fridge to going down the line to flavor. I mean, lucky eggplant though. We want to dip it straight in this egg mixture. Make sure it's really well coated. Now we don't want any excess egg on the eggplant, so I'm just going to let it drip out just like this. We want a really nice and even coating of the breading, which is why we're doing this. And now we're going to put it straight into our breading. Into the parchment paper we go. Now we're just going to repeat. This is a way better fate for your eggplant than the trash, I'm just saying. Last one. Getting a little emotional. Don't worry about those guys though, I promise I will bread them later. We are ready for the oven. Look at those colors, looks so pretty. I'm popping these in at 375 degrees for 30 minutes. Make sure to flip them halfway through. I think we all need to take a moment just to look at the color alone. Look at that yellow from the turmeric, the little golden crispness on the edges. I'm like drooling already. I really can't wait to eat them. These are perfect on their own, honestly, because they have so much flavor in the breading, but I love to use them as a vehicle for my toppings of choice. This could be a bruschetta, this could be a pesto, even just a little tahini drizzle with some salt is so good. Today, I'm gonna use a bruschetta and a pesto. By the way, you can make your own for sure, but if you wanna buy store-bought too, totally fine with me. Again, what a bold choice of me to cook with turmeric and wear white. Like, I love taking risks. Okay, I'm gonna add some pesto. Spread that on really nicely. These would make a great app or a side at your next party, or even if you're just partying by yourself. They'd make a great appetizer for you. That's fine. We love that. We love a party of one. These are even good dipped in some marinara sauce, just keeping it super simple. There's so much you can do with them. They taste good with basically everything. For my bruschetta. And because everything is better with a little salt, I'm gonna add some flaky sea salt on top. It's gonna taste really good, it's gonna add a little bit more saltiness, but it's also gonna look really pretty too. Just a little. You know, this eggplant, this middle one, it's not sure what it wants, so it's gonna get both. Whoever gets this piece, that's the lucky person at the party. I'm cracking myself up, okay. Okay, great. Can't forget a little salt on here. This screams, you need to take a picture of me. So I'm gonna listen. And again, feel free to use whatever toppings you want. This is truly very customizable to your liking and your flavor inclination. Or whatever you see at the store that you're like, that looks good, I'm gonna put that on my breaded eggplant. I support you. Even hummus, I just thought of that, even hummus. That's what I'm gonna top this with next time. Okay, I for sure got the shot. I got like 15, to be real with you. So now I'm gonna try one. Okay, I'm gonna go for it with this little guy right here. Okay, I'm ready. I hope you're ready. So good. I'm serving this at my next party. Even if it's just me, I'm just gonna serve it to myself. I deserve it. This was so yummy. And look what we created. The colors of an Italian flag. I mean, come on, look at that. So cute. I have a question. Are you dairy-free and miss the glory days of really creamy, cheesy pastas? Well, you're in luck because my next recipe, my vegan cacio e pepe, has you completely covered. I'm gonna go get the ingredients.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Cacio e pepe is one of those dishes that everyone is obsessed with. But if you can't tolerate dairy, it's probably not high on your list. Don't worry though, I'm going to change that because this vegan cacio e pepe is truly going to blow your mind. First up, we're going to make our cashew parmesan. And yes, I did say cashew parmesan. To make this parm, we're using a base of cashews, raw cashews, and nutritional yeast for that savory, nutty, cheesy flavor. I'm going to start by adding my raw cashews into my blender. Make sure your cashews are raw and unsalted. Now for our nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is commonly used as a vegan cheese substitute because it's got this savory, nutty, cheesy flavor, a little bit of umami in there too. Make sure you buy the fortified version because that's the one that has a lot of vitamins and minerals. Now we need some spices. We've got to have a little seasoning. So, I've got some salt. Salt going in. And some garlic powder. Now, all we're gonna do, because my blender is truly my best friend, is blend it all up. Be careful though not to overblend. We just wanna blitz it a little bit so we get a nice fine powder, sort of like a Parmesan. And that's perfect. That took less than 10 seconds. Let me show you what it looks like. It smells so good. It's cheesy, it's nutty, it's savory. It's kind of like a nice fine powder, perfect for sprinkling on top of pasta. This makes a little bit more than I'll need for this recipe, so you can totally store this in the fridge for up to a week, top your popcorn with it, some salads. It's very versatile. And you know what? I'm gonna make my sauce in this blender too, so I'm just gonna transfer this out, keep it over here, don't have to wash any more dishes. I'm being lazy today, and that's okay. I still love myself. This is some #precious Parmesan. Can't waste any of it. So the reason I'm starting with the Parmesan is because the parm is dry, the sauce is gonna be more creamy and liquidy, so that's why we're doing it in this order. Saving us some time, saving us some washing dishes. Now I'm done with my cashew parm. Time to make the sauce. I'm using soaked cashews to create this sauce. It's gonna make it really creamy, really luscious. When you soak cashews in water, it actually becomes a little bit more pliable and easy to just blend to very delicious sauces and fillings. Just soak them for an hour in hot water. I'm just gonna add them to my blender. Come on, you can do it. Because cashews are super buttery, they're really rich, I want something a little acidic and tangy to sort of balance that out. Fresh lemon juice, always. Now I'm gonna add my garlic. I'm using raw garlic here because I want that really punchy flavor. For that really nutty, savory, cheesy flavor, I'm gonna add some nutritional yeast into my sauce. Adding some salt. And listen, this is a cacio e pepe, after all, so we have to add some pepper. Freshly ground pepper, always. We want that bite. We want it to be really peppery and delicious and be sharp as well. Whenever I make this recipe, I skip my workout. This is it right here. A lot of pepper is necessary. Gonna finish it off with some extra virgin olive oil. And then, to help the blender move, I'm just gonna add a little bit of water, just to get the blender going. You may need to add more water later, but just check the texture of the sauce and then add more as you see fit. It's time to blend. I'm gonna add a little bit more water. I'm Oh my God, it smells so cheesy already. I'm in love. Just a little. It looks so good. Sorry, that was a little dramatic. I have to show you this texture. I'm gonna give it one more good blend. Every time I make this recipe, I've made it so many times, but I'm always so shocked by how creamy it is without any of the dairy. It's magic. It's so good. I don't think it needs anything. Oh my God. Good for me. Okay, let me show you this texture. Oh, it's so peppery. It's like spicy almost, but still super savory and nutty. I love this so much. All right. Can't leave any sauce behind. I love a blender pasta sauce. It's so easy to throw together. Minimal prep, minimal ingredients. Look at how creamy and luscious that is. Sauce is done. Now I'm gonna go cook my pasta.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to cook our pasta. I've already got my water boiling, and don't forget, we must salt our pasta water. Hashtag no bland pasta. It's not good. Okay, the water is ready for my pasta. Just so you know, most dry store-bought pastas are vegan, so if you're looking for that, great. But make sure you do check the label to make sure the variety you're choosing is. I'm using a vegan and gluten-free chickpea pasta. There's a lot of really great bean alternative pastas out these days, and I like testing all of them out. Let's talk about pasta shape. I am using a spaghetti here as an ode to the original. We've changed a lot of things already, but you know what? We're keeping it OG when it comes to the spaghetti, but you can use your favorite shape. I'm a helicopter pasta parent. You really do have to keep watching your pasta, especially if you're using an alternative pasta like a bean pasta, because if you overcook those for too long, it'll become a little gummy. Pasta is such a comfort food. In my household growing up, my parents would just alternate between making Indian food and pasta. That was like, that was all we had. It was Indian food or pasta. All right, I'm feeling good about this one. We're done. We're done. Woo! Here's what I want to do. I want to save some of that starchy water for later to add to the sauce and pasta to help thicken it and bind it. So I'm going to save some of that. Just a little for later. I love being prepared. And now I'm just going to use my tongs and transfer my pasta to my dish. And then I'm just going to mix the sauce all up. I'm really excited about it. This also keeps the starchy water on the pasta. Doesn't have far to go. Spaghetti is so cute. I love it. All pasta is cute. I don't discriminate. I love all pasta. You know what time it is. It's sauce time. Remember this? Remember our old friend, our cacio e pepe sauce from earlier? It's about to meet the pasta of its dreams. And now I'm just gonna add a touch of that pasta water just to help everything mix and combine, get really nice and creamy. Helps the sauce adhere to the pasta. Toss it together. Get the sauce around every single little bit of that spaghetti. I'd be sad if we didn't. And now, time for our cashew parmesan. Ready? I'm gonna mix some in and I'm gonna add some on top as well, just for a little bit of flavor, a little bit of aesthetics. Just like a traditional cacio e pepe, we wanna eat this immediately. We want it to stay hot, stay fresh. So I'm gonna serve this to myself right now. Is this generous? I don't care. Am I just like, are my eyes too big for my stomach? No, you'll wanna eat this much, I promise. Okay. I'm gonna cut myself off there. And now, let me just make this look a little pretty with my fork. Twirl this around. And add a little bit of my cashew parm. And by a little bit of my cashew parm, I meant a lot bit of my cashew parm. And the dish wouldn't be complete without it, some freshly ground black pepper. Okay, I have a vision. I have a vision for a really cute fork twirl photo. I'm gonna work on that. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do a video. I'm gonna do a video today. That's what's happening. Okay, ready? Okay, we got the shot. We got it. We got it. And you know what I also got? The perfect little spiral for me to eat. I'm going for it. It is so creamy. Like, I want you to know, this is so creamy. It's cheesy. You've got layers of flavor, right? You've got the buttery cashews creating this really creamy sauce. The black pepper makes it peppery, woody, it's got the sharp bite. And then that salty cashew parm, which I'm just gonna add more of for fun, really ties everything together. You really won't believe there's no dairy in this, I promise. Oh, and that garlic, though, that fresh garlic, it's so punchy. Makes it smell really good, makes it taste really good. Someone needs to hold me back, because I'll keep talking about this for the whole day. This is so delicious. I love creating these really fun plant-based twists on traditional Italian food. It's unique, it's fun, it's inventive, and it's super delicious. Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. But I'm so glad you're here because I have something I want to tell you. Hashtag Cooking is back with all new episodes, and I'm so excited to share my favorite recipes with you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
This avocado cream pasta is literally one of my most popular recipes on my blog, and I honestly think it's because you just need a blender to make this super luxurious sauce. So, the base of it is our avocados. I'm using an avocado and a half for this recipe. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with that. All right, we're gonna scoop some of this avocado out. Look at how ripe and pretty that is. Go straight in there. This avocado is what's gonna add that super creamy element to this pasta. Now I'm gonna move on to my lemon, adding the juice of 1 full lemon in here. Make sure I catch all the seeds. This lemon is gonna really make it tart and acidic and bring out that zing, make it very bright and fresh. I'm gonna add some fresh basil and raw garlic. Yes, I'm using raw. It's gonna be really punchy and really bright. And I love garlic. There we go. A little bit of olive oil, just a bit. And now I'm gonna season it to taste with some salt, pepper, and red pepper flakes. Salt in there. Add as much chili flakes as you'd like. I love spice, so I'm going in with a lot, but you make your own choices, okay? Now, just to help everything get moving in the blender, we're gonna add a little bit of cold water. Make sure it's cold because we don't want to brown the avocado. Just a bit, and I can add more and adjust to get it to the right consistency that I like. Now, it's time to blend. Perfect. It is so luxe, you will not even believe it. Look at that. So creamy. Before I add this creamy sauce to my pasta, I'm gonna grab one more thing. Just grab some arugula from the fridge. I love adding this to this pasta because it gives this really nice peppery bite to it. All right, time to assemble. Got my sauce, gonna add this into my pasta. You might think you put cream in this, but you didn't, I promise. I'm gonna add my tomatoes. Just a little burst of something sweet in with this avocado cream sauce. Now I'm just gonna mix in my arugula. What's great about this pasta as well is that you can eat it immediately, but you can also refrigerate it to have as a pasta salad the next day. We love a leftover, we love a meal prep situation. Is that too much? There's never too much. What is a portion? Some freshly ground black pepper, and a pinch of flaky sea salt. That is it. But one last thing. Can't forget to take a photo. I didn't do all of this for nothing. I love this. I'm gonna frame this. I'm gonna put this on my wall. Okay, here I go. Gotta get some arugula, some pasta in there. Okay. I love myself. It's so creamy, you honestly would never know that there's no cream or butter in this. It's crazy.
Yo, Today All Day, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada has the cure to your midday munchies. She's gonna whip up 4 easy snacks so you'll always be prepared when hunger strikes. First up, Sama making one of Hoda's favorite sweet treats, dates stuffed with almond butter that can be served hot or cold. Then she bakes up a simple, super maple almond granola. And finally, she's making popcorn that's spiced with garam masala. Say bye-bye to butter with a spicy snack.
I'll just say this, okay? If you have a first date with one of these dates, you will be having more. I can't with myself. I cannot go a single day without snacking. Whether I'm at home or on the go, it is simply hashtag always snack time. Honestly, a world without snacking is simply not one I want to live in. So I cannot wait to show you 3 of my favorite weekly snack staples, my delicious stuffed dates, warm and frozen, my nutty maple granola, and my delicious masala popcorn. I love dates, and no, I'm not talking about the romantic kind, I'm talking about the medjool kind. They are my favorite sweet snack to eat throughout the day, and I'm going to show you how to make them 2 ways, warmed and stuffed and frozen and dipped in chocolate. Most dates come with pits, so I've actually already pitted these. I've got about 10 here, so I'm just going to now take them on a little journey to the microwave for about 10 to 15 seconds just to get them really nice and warm and juicy. Who needs a first date or a second date when you have 10 dates ready to be stuffed with almond butter? Warming the dates brings out their already naturally golden and caramel flavor, and then when you stuff them with almond butter, the heat actually allows the almond butter to melt so it gets really nice and gooey and delicious. I really already want to eat one right now. Okay, we're gonna start stuffing them. So I've got a creamy almond butter here. You can also use a crunchy almond butter. You can use a peanut butter, a cashew butter. If there are any nut butters that you're harboring in your pantry, this will be a great time to use them. I'm pretty generous here. I would say I use about a teaspoon to 2 teaspoons just because I like a lot of almond butter, but you can totally choose however amount works best for your life. Because we've pitted the dates, it actually serves as a really nice pocket for the almond butter to just sit in, a little home, you know? It's like this date was meant for almond butter. You know what I mean? Right? Good form, I think. And I'm just gonna continue with the rest of my dates. So actually, Hoda saw this recipe on my Instagram and has now deemed it to be her favorite snack.
You take a date, and remember I told you the whole thing?
Yes.
You nuke it, you put in some dark chocolate and some almond butter.
yeah.
You know what I like? I like the melted chocolate in the peanut buttery nut butter thing with the salt.
So Hoda, if you're watching this, it's for you. You can kind of see how when I put the almond butter inside this little pocket, it starts to melt a little bit and looks so gooey. Oh, it's like a little river of almond butter that I want to swim in. It's a lucky date. I crack only myself up. So for this recipe and a lot of the other recipes I make using dates, you want to make sure you're buying the medjool kind. I'll just say this, okay? If you have a first date with one of these dates, you will be having more. I can't with myself. Someone's got to hold me back for making another date joke because it will happen again. Okay, wait, this guy needs a little more almond butter. I'm so sorry I neglected you for a second. Okay. Okay, I am drowning in almond butter. All of my dates have been stuffed with the almond butter. They look really nice. They look ready to go out on a date. I need to stop. I'm done, I promise. Now that I'm done stuffing all of the dates, I'm just gonna top it with a little bit of sea salt just to bring out that sweetness and balance everything out really nicely. I sometimes also like to use a salted almond butter too, and that's gonna really create that naturally salty sweet combination, which we love. All right, and there you have it. My favorite warm stuffed dates, my coffee companion, my favorite date.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news.
4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hander delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In my opinion, you can never have enough dates, so I'm going to show you how to make another recipe using dates. They're frozen, stuffed with almond butter, and then dipped in chocolate. So we've got our dates already pitted, and now we're going to just go ahead and stuff them straight with almond butter. This should feel pretty familiar. Again, we're going to have the almond butter find a nice little home in this pocket that we've created by pitting the dates. And remember, we are going to be submerging these in chocolate, so we want to make sure that we don't overfill it with almond butter so that it gets a bit messy, even though we love a bit of messy chocolate. So sometimes when I look at my freezer and I'm like, where did all of the ice cream go? I make these instead. They're also super quick to pull together and use mostly what you have in the pantry. And if you're not keeping dates in your pantry now, take this as your sign to start. If you have a nut allergy, you can even use a tahini or a sunflower seed butter as well. And then when you're done freezing them, they seriously taste like a candy bar. I know you think I'm crazy, but they do, I promise. I eat them for dessert. I eat them as a snack during the day. There's so many things you can do with them. They really are the perfect date. Dates are the perfect date. They are. I'm sorry. And now for my chocolate. All I'm gonna do is melt it in the microwave with a little bit of coconut oil. This is gonna help it get nice and smooth and glossy. We're gonna do this in 10 to 15 second increments, and we're gonna keep stirring throughout so it gets really nice and smooth. Put that straight in there. Got my spoon at the ready for stirring, and now I'm gonna head to the microwave. Go back in the microwave. Now it is time to take our dates for a little swim in chocolate. I think they're excited about this, I'm not sure. Here's what we're gonna do. Grab a date, just drop it straight into the chocolate. Don't worry, it likes this. Roll it around so that the entire date is coated. Make sure you get that residual chocolate to kind of drip off the sides of the spoon like this. And now we're just gonna place it back onto our parchment paper. And now we're going to chocolate swim and repeat. This is like a very luxurious bath, I have to say, for the dates. Because we've stuffed these dates with almond butter, we want to make sure we're rolling it in the chocolate a little bit gently, just so that the almond butter doesn't come out. It's okay if you get a little messy here. part of the game. It's part of the date. No, that wasn't good. Serve this to your next date. That was better. That was good. That was good. Will I ever stop making date jokes after this? No. Don't expect me to stop. No, it's not gonna happen. It's part of my brand now. One final date. Now, just for good measure, I'm gonna add a little drizzle of chocolate on top. It's gonna make it look really pretty. I don't believe in less is more when it comes to chocolate. I think we always need more chocolate. If you don't like chocolate, I wanna understand you. Please drop me a line. But also, if you don't like chocolate, that's fine. Like, it's totally okay. But I still wanna understand you. Okay. Now I'm just gonna top them with a little flaky sea salt. This is really gonna bring out that sweetness, balance out the chocolate. It is the perfect combination. I'm using a flaky sea salt as well, so it looks really pretty and a little fancy. Okay, we're salted. And now we're ready for the freezer. Can we take a moment? Look at how cute they look. These dates are ready for their date. Gotta stop making date jokes. Okay. These are honestly so good because of the chocolate, because of the almond butter, and that little flaky sea salt. They seriously taste like a candy bar. America's favorite candy bar. You know what I'm talking about. Plating my hot dates with my frozen dates. We're going on a lot of dates today. They honestly look so good. I love them. You know what? I need to take a picture of these to send to Hoda. I know this is her favorite snack. She's gonna love the chocolate ones too. These dates are fully ready for their close-up. It's almost unfair. All right, got the shot. I think it's time for me to taste. And look at that. It is so good. The dates are so sweet. The almond butter works so well. That salt, it's making everything come to life. I knew there's a reason why I eat these every day. Now that my dates are done, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Let's keep this between us. Granola is super easy to make at home. I'm gonna get the ingredients so I can show you how.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Granola is one of my favorite things to make at home. It's super versatile, so you can eat it solo, just munch on it as you're going about your day, or serve it with your favorite yogurt or milk. I'm going to show you how to make my favorite nutty maple granola. For any granola recipe, I like to separate my wet and dry ingredients. We want to make sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated, so that's why I'm going to do this. I've got some melted and cooled coconut oil here, and I'm just going to add the rest of my ingredients. I'm using some of my almond butter. And this is going to serve as a really nice mixture for the oats and nuts and seeds and whatever else we're adding to this granola to really cling onto, so we can get those really crunchy clusters. And clusters are why we're all eating granola in the first place anyway, right? Almond butter is in. To sweeten it up, we're going to add some maple syrup. This is the maple portion of my nutty maple granola. Maple adds this really nice golden richness to the granola. It's so good. It's really lightly sweet, so it's not too sweet. I've got all my wet ingredients in my bowl, and now I'm just gonna whisk it until it's nice and smooth. Be careful here. Wear an apron. I don't do it, but you should. We're whisking, and we're whisking. And I just want to whisk this until it's nice and smooth, making sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated. Okay, wet ingredients, we're going to set them aside. They're going to hang out for later. And now I'm going to get to work on my dry ingredients. Because I like to maximize the presence of clusters in my granola, it's very important to me, I'm going to crush my nuts before I add them into my oats. So in order to do this, all you have to do, add your nuts into any sort of bag, take a rolling pin or even a bottle, and just get your stress out, like this. You can also roll them if you're more delicate, but I'm really going for it today. I promise I'm a very patient person in general. We want them to be coarsely crushed, but it's okay if we have some bigger or smaller pieces because it's nice to have some texture with our granola. We like the crunch. Okay, I've got my bowl of oats right here. And now I'm just gonna add all of my dry mix-ins in. Adding my pecans in here. My stressed pecans, the result of my stressed pecans. I should also say that if you've got any nuts or seeds that have just been hanging out in your pantry for a little too long, this is a great opportunity to use them up. I'm adding some almonds in now. It's gonna use some cinnamon here. You can also use some nutmeg if you'd like, really whatever you'd like. And then we're gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now I'm just gonna fold in all of my dry ingredients together. Make sure everyone gets to know each other. It's very friendly granola. Now that I've mixed all of my dry ingredients together, I'm just gonna add in my wet ingredients and mix everything together. Okay, here we go. It's very aesthetically pleasing. This wet mixture is really what's gonna help this granola have clusters, so I like to make sure when I am mixing both the wet and dry ingredients together that everything is really nicely coated. Okay, listen closely. The really important thing when you're making granola is to make sure that everyone has some personal space. So we wanna make sure that all of the oats and nuts in this entire mixture is spread out in a very even layer so everyone has room to breathe. By spreading everything out, we're also gonna make sure it bakes in a very even and crisp layer. And we're just patting everything down really gently, spreading it out nicely. We don't want to pat anything too hard to crush any of the nuts. Now that everything is spread out, I'm just going to go bake in the oven at 325 degrees for about 30 to 40 minutes. While our granola is baking, we want to make sure that we're stirring it every 10 to 15 minutes so we can ensure an even and crisp bake. Spread it out evenly again, and then back in the oven we go. The secret to super crispy, crunchy, clustery granola is actually letting it cool completely before you break it apart and serve it. I know it's tempting, but just don't touch it for a little bit, okay? This granola is completely cool, so now I'm just gonna break it apart and add it to my plate. I mean, you just can't. You can't say no to this. This is crazy. Look at how crunchy. The clusters are what I live for. It's the only reason I eat granola. Like, this is the most satisfying thing to me, ever. I will break it apart though. Just a little bit. We want to maintain those clusters though. I'll take granola over a granola bar any day. That's just me. And did you see how easy it was to throw this together? You literally just combine both your wet and dry ingredients and you've got this super delicious, one pan, amazing granola. And look at this bake. It's so even, so golden and crispy. Okay, it's time for me to taste. I'm waiting to dig into this cluster this entire time. Lightly sweet from the maple syrup, not too sweet, so it's a perfect breakfast companion. Or honestly, you could eat this at any time of the day. You could even top ice cream with this. It's a really nice, crisp, golden layer on top of some vanilla ice cream. Sign me up. You know what? My dad loves this recipe. I make it for him all the time. I'm gonna send him a picture so he can be a little bit jealous of me in it too. So he can remember my face. He knows what I look like. He's gonna be so jealous. So good. Speaking of my dad, this next recipe is inspired by him and something he used to make all the time. So I'm gonna go grab the ingredients and start popping some popcorn.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is a variation of a popcorn recipe that my dad used to make all the time. Poor guy. My mom, my sister, and I would always steal some before he could even have a single kernel, so I guess this is redemption for him. I'm gonna show you how to make your popcorn really delicious, really flavorful with this spice-infused olive oil mixture. So I've already popped my popcorn, and now I'm just heating my pan on medium-low heat, and I'm gonna add a little bit of olive oil. You can use your favorite spices here, but I'm gonna use one of my favorites, which is some garam masala. This is a really common blend of Indian spices, and it's really delicious, really warming, creates a very savory flavor in this popcorn. I'm gonna add this straight to my oil, along with some cayenne pepper. This is gonna take it up a notch in the spice department because I like things very spicy. Finally, I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now all we're gonna do is just stir our spices. Now the reason that we're heating the spices here in the oil is because nobody likes a raw spice. Raw spices are not cute to eat, so we want to cook the spices with the oil so they become fragrant, they become aromatic, and it just infuses a lot of flavor into your popcorn. I was so obsessed with popcorn in college, I'm pretty sure it's the only reason I made it through. I would just snack on it like all the time. Got me through my exams. Thank you, popcorn. It's done so much for me in my life. And you want to make sure you continue to stir your spices in with the oil so it doesn't burn. We're only doing this for about a minute or so until you smell that delicious aromatic spice smell. You don't want it to smell too raw. When you allow the garam masala to cook in this oil, you can really smell all of those individual spices, the cumin, the cloves, the coriander. It smells so fragrant. So my spices and my oil smells really aromatic. I've cooked it for about a minute. Now it's time to just drizzle it over my popcorn. There we go. I'm just gonna shake it up so everything is fully incorporated in here. Now I'm gonna drizzle it over my popcorn. It smells so good. Now I'm just gonna toss it so that everything is well incorporated. This is just a really great way to make a flavor-infused popcorn so that you're not just going with the plain salt, you're not just going with the plain butter, there's a little something extra going on. Now that my spices are fully incorporated in my popcorn, I'm gonna add a little bit of nutritional yeast. This adds a very cheesy and savory flavor to the popcorn without actually adding any cheese. Mix that in a little bit. And then I'm gonna finish with a little pinch of salt. I have to show my dad that I made this. It's a little bit better than his. Don't tell him. I'm so mean. It smells so good. I seriously wish you could smell it. I cannot wait to dig in. So I'm just not gonna wait. I'm going to dig in. Oh, come on. Okay, this might be dramatic, but I don't think I can eat regular popcorn ever again. It's so good. And again, you can use your favorite spices here. You can even do a little salt and pepper, a little garlic powder. Really make it your own, but just know that I have a feeling you will not go back to regular salted popcorn. Butter? Who is she? It's so good. It's really good. You guys should try this. The next time you get a snack attack, all I have to say is just don't panic. Remain calm. Make these 3 recipes, they're so delicious and the best way to keep your days going. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. Hashtag cooking is back, so tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven. I gotta go. See you later.
Hey everybody, and welcome to a very special edition of Pop Start Plus. It is the best of 2021. Over the next hour, we're going to go through the top moments of the year. We'll do it in movies, TV shows, music, and all the big pop culture stories that had us all talking throughout the year. Let's get right to it, shall we? Up first, the year's biggest movies, whether you watched on the big screen or on your couch at home. 2021 was a great year for movies. Let's take a look at some of the hits that made the American Film Institute's top 10 list. And we'll start off with perhaps the most star-studded film of 2021. That's Adam McKay's end-of-the-world action comedy Don't Look Up, already generating a ton of Oscar buzz. Big cast, too. Meryl Streep, Leonardo DiCaprio, Jennifer Lawrence, Jonah Hill, and Timothée Chalamet. That's just to name a few. By the way, speaking of Chalamet, the actor finds himself in 2 films on the top 10, thanks to the science fiction epic Dune. Timothy stars alongside Zendaya, Oscar Isaac, and Jason Momoa in that futuristic film based on the popular novel by Frank Herbert. Bringing things back down to earth now, we've got King Richard. For this one, Will Smith stepped into the role of Richard Williams, the father of tennis superstars Venus and Serena Williams. Smith's been nominated for playing non-fictional characters 2 times before. He did it. He got a nomination in 2002 for Ali and also 2007's The Pursuit of Happiness. The question is, could this be a 3rd time's a charm nomination for Will Smith? Perhaps it will be. We've got 2 great musicals for you from AFI's list. First, we have to talk about West Side Story. Steven Spielberg's reimagining of the classic American musical is a major win with people who've seen it. West Side Story's rating 95% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, which is impressive. And we've got, of course, to see Rita Moreno return to that story that won her an Academy Award 60 years ago. Pretty cool. Let's wrap this up with a little Tick, Tick, Boom. And of course, Lin-Manuel Miranda's directorial debut would be a great musical. This big screen adaptation of Rent creator Jonathan Larson's autobiographical play follows his early career as a theater writer. And of course, the film stars Andrew Garfield. He did stop by our Studio 1A to tell us what it was like singing on screen for the very first time and stepping into the shoes of a Broadway legend.
We are back with Tony winner and Oscar-nominated star Andrew Garfield. He is using his many, many talents, some newly discovered in the new film called Tick, Tick, Boom. He's starring as the creator of the musical Rent, Jonathan Larson, and it's based on the autobiographical musical of the same name. It follows John's life as a young theater composer in the 90s, struggling to finish his boundary-breaking musical. Andrew, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
You know what I love about you? So here's the thing. You say you don't know how to sing, you don't know how to play piano. Lin-Manuel Miranda says, hey, I think you might be the right guy for my movie. And you say, how long is it going to be till we start filming? Because you're planning to learn those things.
Well, yeah, like any good actor, I lie on my CV. And he says, you know, I want you to do this. And I say, well, how long? Yeah, how long do you need? And he says, well, a year. And I'm like, yeah, I can probably do that kind of stuff in a year. Sure. Yeah, I can ride a horse. I can sing. I can play piano. I can do all this.
So you learned it all? You learned how to play piano and sing in that year's time?
I did. And what a privilege that is. And like, you know, how lucky I am that I got to do it through this amazing man's music, Jonathan Larson's music, and so much undiscovered music as well. And there are songs in this musical that people are going to be surprised by, even people who are big fans of Jonathan Larson. So yes.
Of all people to say that to, Lin-Manuel Miranda, I mean, Broadway legend, and you're like kind of riffing, sure, I can sing. Yeah. There was a moment I read that he came and watched one of your rehearsals
He snuck
singing.
in.
Because was he thinking like, all right, I got to make sure he actually can sing. I might have to recast this role.
Oh, of course, because he didn't want to be haunted by the ghost of Jonathan Larson for the rest of his life, going, why did you let this person play me? So yeah, I was rehearsing with one of his music people, Kurt Crowley, who's an amazing person, and I was doing the first couple of phrases of the first number, 3090. And it was just me and Kurt alone in a room, or so I thought, but Lynn had kind of snuck in. And the first I knew of that was that his shoe flew across my face. And then he was looking at me so happy and excited, and he shouted at me. He was like, Andrew Garfield, you can sing, and I do not have to recast you.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
He was more relieved than you.
Oh, totally, yeah. So then we were kind of off to the races. I knew when the shoe flew, we were in a good place.
Is that like a thing? To throw a shoe, that's like a good sign?
It's a weird Lin-Manuel Miranda. I don't think it's a theatre thing. I don't think it's a musical theatre. I think it's just a Lin-Manuel Miranda thing. Like when he's upset in a good way and angry at you for being good, he'll take his shoe off, he'll put it somewhere, or he'll throw it, or
it's a spectacular performance, and I thought what made it even more touching was you dedicated this performance as you have others to your mom who passed away not too long ago. You just were telling me and Savannah, you love to talk about her.
Yeah, I only want to talk about her now because, I don't know. I think grief is all the unexpressed love. I think that's what it feels. Oh, there she is, yeah. Look at that, gorgeous. She loved that green jumpsuit. That was like, she felt really powerful in that green jumpsuit. It was the kind of thing she wouldn't usually wear. So for me, grief is unexpressed love. So, and I'm never going to be able to express fully the love that I have for my mother, the gratitude I have that I got given the best mother around. So it's a never ending. And for John, for me, it's like we all leave this life with an unfinished song, no matter how much of our song we get out. It's never going to be fully done. And it was the same for my mother. So I get to continue singing her song for her in my life, and I get to do it through John's unfinished song as well, for all of us. So I feel very, very lucky.
Well, other than Lin-Manuel Miranda, she was really the first one to discover you and your talent, and seeing that maybe drama and acting, maybe that was going to be your calling.
Yeah,
she saw that in you.
She did, even though she was making me maybe destined for a life of poverty as an out-of-work actor. She was like, I'd rather my son be happy than rich, or than within the status quo. I was an athlete, and then I gave that up, and then I was studying academia, and I kind of didn't connect with the things that were being presented to me in this kind of provincial place that I was brought up in the south of England. And it was her that really saw that I was struggling and said, well, why don't you look at something creative? And I was like, well, I tried clay molding and I wasn't very good, and I tried painting and I wasn't very good, tried music and I was fine, and then it was the last thing I tried was theatre. And she kind of hung in there with me, and was the first person to put me on that kind of path, so I'm indebted to her forever.
Wow. Well, they're talking Oscar buzz for your performance.
Yes,
I don't know if that embarrasses you or pleases you to hear.
Yeah.
Would you rather me take a shoe and throw it at you?
I would much rather be knocked out by your high heel right now.
We do have to ask you about Spider-Man.
Oh yeah,
everybody's saying
we have to.
Everybody's saying you may be in it. There's a cameo. Why don't you just go ahead and confirm?
Go ahead.
If I just make it easy. Let's just end it right now. Why speculate?
You guys are really good at your jobs, but I'm better at mine. Listen. I'm not in the film. I love Spider-Man. I always have. I was so happy to have played the part. And I'm so excited to see what they do with the third one, just like you guys are, to be honest. No, that's not like a diplomatic answer. Yeah. Like, I really, really mean it. Like, I love Tom Holland, I love John Watts, I love Amy Pascal and Kevin Feige and what they've done with those movies and that character, because it's an important character to me. So I'm just really excited to see what happens in the third one, as you guys are, I can see as well.
You are a delight. Thank you so much, and congratulations on all your success.
Thank you so much.
And new talent.
Andrew Garfield, what a talent. Coming up, the year in TV. Plus, we're answering this question: what were people binge watching in 2021? Now I'm curious. Stay with us.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses by the Hammers with everything.
All right, it just me too.
And welcome back to Popstart Plus. It is the best of 2021. Now, if 2020 was Netflix's year of the Tiger King, if that's what everybody was watching, what show defined the streaming service in 2021? Let's count down the top 5 most streamed. Coming in at number 5, The Witcher, Season 1, based on total numbers of hours streamed. It looks like fans could not get enough of Superman's Henry Cavill as Witcher, Geralt of Rivia, in this fantasy series that I need to see. And Season 2 drops just in time for the new year on December 19th. Coming in at number 4, streamer, Stranger Things, Season 3, as fans eagerly await the return of this ragtag group of monster-fighting teens and tweens. They were binging this whole thing last season. Well, good news, you're not going to have to wait a whole lot longer. After a 2-year hiatus, the show's expected to return in 2022. In at number 3, we have Spain's Money Heist. And even if you haven't had a chance to tune into this series just yet, you probably recognize that creepy Salvador Dali mask and red cape was a very popular Halloween costume in 2021. Coming in at number 2, you knew it, Bridgerton, of course. When this period drama dropped in January of this year, it became Netflix's biggest launch to date. Nearly 82 million households swooned over Regé-Jean Page's Duke of Hastings. We're still not over his decision not to return for Season 2. And topping the list as the most streamed show on Netflix, you got it, Squid Game, the show that actually smashed that Bridgerton streaming record I was just talking about. It couldn't be more different than the romantic royal drama, too. There's a lot to unpack with this one. Luckily for us, Joe Fryer took a deep dive into just how dark the Korean thriller became, as it was now an unlikely streaming sensation.
게임에 참가를 원하지 않는 분은 지금 말씀해 주시길 바랍니다.
Whether you're watching it in Korean with subtitles or with the English dub.
Red light, green light. The thing we did as kids on the playground?
Let me repeat the rules.
I think that's what you said.
Squid Game is a universal hit. Netflix predicts there's a very good chance it's going to be our biggest show ever. That means surpassing the current number 1,
Miss Daphne Bridgerton.
A vastly different show, the whimsical British period drama Bridgerton. Squid Game, on the other hand, is a dark dystopian tale. It centers on characters who are in debt and playing a series of children's games, hoping to win millions of dollars. But if they lose the games, they lose their lives. 9-episode series released less than 3 weeks ago has already sparked all kinds of memes and viral TikTok videos. And with Halloween approaching, squid-inspired costumes, including those green jumpsuits, are selling out fast.
How cool is it that this show right now is just so big?
It's been really a wild ride that I'm so happy to be a part of. And it's really become a global phenomenon and put Korean content, on the map.
Mickey Hyun with the Korean Cultural Center of New York says it's just the latest example of Korean content finding global love. From Parasite winning the Best Picture Oscar last year, to K-pop bands like BTS dominating the music charts.
It has familiarized and brought a lot of attention to Koreans and the Korean culture in a very tangible way.
Now a runaway hit about games for kids that's anything but child's play.
That show is a phenomenon on a lot of levels. All right, while we're talking about TV, no one was busier this year than our friend Kenan Thompson. From SNL to a self-titled show to hosting the People's Choice Awards, the funny guy was absolutely everywhere, and he sat down with our own Savannah Guthrie for her 6-minute marathon series.
What is something you have read about yourself that is totally untrue?
Well, I mean, I guess my net worth is kind of surprising to me. I Googled that recently, and I was like, well, I don't know where they're getting that number from.
Higher or lower?
In my mind, it's lower. It should be higher.
Welcome to the 6-minute marathon.
Well, let's do this. I'm ready. I run a lot of marathons, so let's do it.
All right, here we go. Number 1. What is the one thing you always have to have on an airplane?
Headphones.
What is the most used app on your phone?
Most used app? Wow. Probably messaging, text messaging.
Are you a WhatsApper?
I'm not a WhatsApper. I need to get my WhatsApp cracking. My wife has it, so like whenever I need to use it, we're usually like traveling together.
If someone narrated your life, who would you want to be the narrator?
I mean, Morgan Freeman's good one. Alec Baldwin did so well with Tannenbaums too, so maybe Alec Baldwin.
No one in his family had spoken to him in 3 years. Richie had retired from professional tennis at 26.
If you had to start a side hustle, what would you do?
Like clothing, I think. We're getting into the clothing pretty good, so yeah, like streetwear.
Okay, I was gonna ask, like athleisure, dressy.
Yeah, I think streetwear, hip-hoppy.
What bit of trivia do you know that is very interesting but also very useless?
A lot of state capitals. I know a lot of state capitals. And I remember we were shooting this movie, Wieners, me and Zach Levi, the great Shazam. And we were just stuck in a van for a summer, and there was this like magnet state map, basically, and we just learned the capitals to pass the time.
Which is the one that is most impressive when you know it?
It's like Montpellier or something like that.
I was gonna guess that. Is that Vermont?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's the one I always remember because it's like, what? Montpellier?
Super French. And like, I'm sorry, where is this supposed to be? Montpellier. I thought that was water.
What on-screen moment has made your career?
I'd probably say What's Up With That was a pretty solid defining moment. Like the first What's Up With That.
What's up with that? What's up with that?
You know, because that was like, you know, a real stamp on my creativity and, you know, the creativity of the writers coming together to, you know, fit into a show that was 40 years old. It just has such a lineage. So to come up with an idea that fits there just made me feel really good.
Would you say you are more of an extrovert or an introvert?
I'm very introverted. I'm a mellow, kind of quiet kind of guy. And then when I get on stage, I get to perform, and being an actor allows me to be an extrovert because I'm not myself, basically. But me personally, yeah, I'm super chilling, super quiet, basically.
When people expect you to be Kenan Thompson, is that kind of hard in your everyday life? People think they're going to come up and you're going to be like, have a lampshade on your head all the time?
A lampshade. It used to be like I had to learn how to just go with the fact that this is a once in a lifetime moment maybe for a lot of people, you know, and just give them what they look for. And it's always a much better experience to just embrace the love that people are trying to give me. It's not like people are trying to like come tell me off because like I'm playing a villain or anything like that. It's always all love, and I just learned to just allow my public persona to be a part of my life when I go out in public. You know, it's just a give and take that once I came to terms with, life was much smoother.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah, you just look at it as sort of an extension of your public life or what you might do on the show.
Or just how I would feel, you know, like I get very excited when I see famous people too, you know, and I want to run up to them and tell them like, yo, I grew up on, you know, and they're like watching you and you're like, you're wonderful. And I never take into account sometimes that they could be having a bad day or they're tired, they don't want to speak to anybody. But, you know, for me, it's like I'll never probably see this person again sometimes. That's what you're thinking. And then I got, you know, the understanding of that mentality. And I was just like, yeah, just take the picture and be nice. Kiss the babies.
Give them a little moment. What is something you have read about yourself that is totally untrue?
Totally untrue. I mean, I guess I've been misquoted, or quoted to a point where they didn't get exactly what I was trying to say. But, that's only happened a couple of times. I haven't read any. Well, I mean, I guess my net worth is kind of surprising to me. I Googled that recently, and I was like, well, I don't know where they're getting that number from.
Higher or lower?
In my mind, it's lower. It should be higher, but the reality, I think, is lower.
What is the most embarrassing story from your childhood?
Probably that gymnastics photo my mom put on Willie Geist interview the other day. It was like me in like a sparkly tank top jumpsuit. Purple sparkly tank top jumpsuit with my little maybe 6-year-old muscles showing.
Your mom, she just sold you out and like.
Yeah, she loves that photo. It was like a gymnastics thing or something that I was in when I was little, and it was like a recital, and she loves that photo. I remember she was taking pictures of me all day that day. She just thought I was so cute.
And is this the first time the photo's really been like out in the public?
This is the second time, and like the first time people gave me a hard time, and I think, this time they might go a little easier just because, I'm older now, I have kids and stuff, so it's cute to look back at 6-year-old me.
Name one bad habit that you have.
It's got to probably be a dietary thing, like, my cheat days, start to stack up and become 2 or 3 a week as opposed to like 1 a week. So just, trying to stay on top of making good decisions when it's time to eat.
Kenan, congrats on the new show, Kenan, on NBC.
Anna, thank you very much. I'm over the moon excited.
It's on Tuesdays, or as you and I say, Tuesday.
Tuesday. You already know. We're going to get it started.
We're going to get it.
It's a thing.
#Tuesday. It's happening.
Great year for Kenan, great guy. So happy for him. Now, after the break, the hits keep coming. We're going to go through the top songs of the year next on Popstart Plus Best of 2021.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news.
4 hours since the Iowa caucuses by the Vanderbilt elections.
All right, anticipated too.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last movie.
Was talking smack part of this? People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news.
4 hours since the Iowa caucuses by the Vanderbilt elections.
All right, anticipated too.
Welcome back to the special edition of Popstart Plus. 2021 was a big year for some of our favorite artists, and of course, a few fresh faces, that is, newcomers along the way. So the question is, which songs topped the charts? Well, let's count down Spotify's top 5 most streamed songs of 2021. In at number 5, not shocking, Levitating from Dua Lipa off the singer's 2020 album Future Nostalgia. This jam, this poppy hit, as the kids say, proved it's got some serious staying power with a record-breaking run on the Billboard charts. Coming in number 4, that slot goes to Olivia Rodrigo's Good For You. 2021 was a massive, massive year for the young Disney star turned pop punk princess. After releasing her first single, album, and a recorded concert, she has earned 7 Grammy nominations, and to top it off, was named Time Magazine's Entertainer of the Year. Next up at number 3, Stay from Justin Bieber and Kid Laroi. It was a huge TikTok hit this year. The single stayed at the top of the Hot 100 charts for a whopping 7 weeks, was impressive. Coming in at number 2, Montero, Call Me By Your Name. This is Lil Nas X, and the music video for this radio hit caused quite the controversy when it came out after critics were bashing its religious references, and a depiction of Lil Nas X dancing with the devil was a major departure from the Georgia rapper's first single, Old Town Road. But even still, the track debuted at number 1, even with all that controversy, on the Billboard Hot 100. And the number 1 song on Spotify for 2021, that's right, she's got 2 out of the top 5. Olivia Rodrigo, again, this time with Driver's License, of course. Rodrigo's first ever single, an overnight TikTok phenomenon, seemed to resonate with everybody across the board. Young people, old people, grandparents, men, women, animals. Everybody was singing this song, driving through the city, the suburbs, the country, and everywhere else. And next year, fans can finally check out the record-breaking singer in person. That's because her Sour Tour finally gets kicked off in April. Speaking of songs we couldn't get enough of in 2021, how about Sir Elton John dropping some new music? Big one, too, a big hit, Cold Heart. He did it with Dua Lipa. I had a chance to speak to the Rocket Man just a few days before he had hip surgery, and we got to talking about how much he loves all the new music that's out there. Take a look.
Elton John has been entertaining the world for over 50 years, with more than 30 albums to his name and over 300 million records sold. And his latest album shows he still has more to give. On the Lockdown Sessions, Elton collaborates with some of the world's hottest artists, including Charlie Puth, Lil Nas X, Miley Cyrus, Young Thug, and Dua Lipa for their mega hit, Cold Heart.
I was listening to Z100 and I heard Cold Heart right after a Doja Cat song, and then Halsey came on after that, and I thought, look at Elton John right here smack dab in the middle of pop music at the center. What does that feel like?
It's very exciting. I mean, you know, like you can't make life up sometime, but it was just going to be me playing a lot of people's records, and it's spiraled into an album.
No, it's a massive hit here in the States. You're the only one in the top 25 on the pop chart that's having a hip replacement, I'm sure.
The 16-track album was inspired after a chance meeting with Charlie Puth right before the pandemic.
I met Charlie Puth at a restaurant. We got on fine. He said, I live very near you. I went up to his house. We wrote together. I ended up being in the studio on Abbey Road. 54 years before that, I was playing on the Hollies. He ain't heavy. He's my brother. And I thought, well, here I am, come full circle playing on other people's records. And I really loved it. So what happened came about by accident.
You've always had an ear to the ground for new music. Why do you still care so much about new music and young artists?
Because new music is where the future is. There's a lot of nonsense, but there's a lot of great stuff as well, which doesn't sometimes see the light of day. So I try and give it the biggest boost as I can, and I love it.
You sound like you'd be a perfect coach on my show, The Voice on NBC. Nurturing, helping, advising young artists.
And while the new album has plenty of young friends, Elton invited some old friends too, like Stevie Nicks, Eddie Vedder, and Stevie Wonder.
It took a long time for you and Stevie Wonder to come together for a proper duet, and you do with Finish Line.
Until I saw you at the finish line.
What was that like?
Astonishing. It's one of my favorite tracks that I've ever done.
I love that track.
It was such a joy to work with him because he's in such great form. He's one of the greatest human beings on the planet, kindest, most caring person.
And even as the new tracks break onto the Billboard Top 40, fans are also hungry for Elton classics when he embarks on his farewell tour in January.
How are you feeling about the tour?
I'm so excited to go and play again in front of people. And I think people are excited about going to shows and seeing artists, no matter who they are.
And are you really going to stop touring? Will that be it?
That's it. Yeah. I finish in the summer of 2023. I'm not touring again.
Happy birthday, dear Daddy.
And when he's not on the road, it will mean more time with his husband David and their 2 sons, Zachary and Elijah.
Do the boys understand they're going to get more daddy at home?
they're going to be teenagers then. And I need to be with them. And I'll be 76. I don't know how much time I have left on this earth after that. You know, I've had enough applause. I don't want to keep traveling. I don't want to be away from my family.
What will you miss most about being at a stadium at an Elton John concert when you're not doing it anymore?
The reaction from the fans and the beauty of their love for you or what you're doing. It makes your soul, you know, jump. It's incredible.
And as Elton recovers from hip surgery, he's soldiering on, and his outlook remains as grateful as ever.
You've achieved so much musically, obviously the great humanitarian work that you've done with the foundation. You've been knighted, you have this beautiful family, you have a new bionic hip. There's still so much for you to do. What is out there that excites you as you get into your late 70s?
Everything excites me. I'm just, you know, the life I've had, the career I've had, the family I've got. Every day is a bonus. I'm sober, I'm clean, I can appreciate life as, you know, on life terms. I'm probably the luckiest man in the world, and I really, really appreciate it. I'm very thankful for it.
One of my faves right there. He ended up having the hip surgery, and he's back running marathons practically, so I'm glad that he's doing well. That is a legend, Sir Elton John. Now, another musician that we love is the one and only Demi Lovato, who was nice enough to join Hoda for her Quoted By series.
I do this little series called Quoted By, and I love it because it sort of shows me what the North Star is for my guest, something that guides you. And what's yours?
Mine I actually have tattooed on my hand. And it says, "Love will live forever in the infinite universe." And that is kind of a quote for me. It's from a song called Infinite Universe, and it's by this group called Beautiful Chorus. And I am just completely inspired by this song. It kind of makes me feel like there's a bigger purpose out there, that it's not just us. It kind of goes back to this whole conversation of wanting to expand our consciousness and yeah.
I love that. That's a beautiful quote. You'll
Thank
never
you.
forget it because it's written
Yes.
right there.
Well, we love Hoda's series and Demi Lovato, that's for sure. So getting a chance to hear, various stars' favorite quotes is such a great idea. All right, coming up, we are ranking the best reboots, there were many of them, of 2021.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivering it.
All right, it just did too.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And we're back on Popstar Plus. It is the best of 2021, and this year brought a nice dose of nostalgia. Some beloved TV shows came back in all kinds of ways, so we thought it'd be fun to take a look at the year that was in reboots. And we'll start with The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. After a fan made a spin-off trailer that went viral online, Peacock went ahead and ordered a new series called Bel-Air to bring back Will Smith's beloved character from the 90s. Only this time, the show is set to take a much more serious tone, as it's going to be an hour-long drama. Bel-Air is set to start streaming next year. Next up, Dexter. 8 years after the original series wrapped, Showtime revived its beloved forensic tech turned serial killer for a 9th season with Dexter New Blood. That is actor Michael C. Hall returning as the iconic anti-hero. And fans couldn't wait to tune in. The first episode saw one of the highest rated premieres for Showtime to date. And how about The Wonder Years? Remember that show? It was a hit sitcom. Well, it's returning to television this year with a heavy dose of nostalgia. The reboot tells the new story of a black family growing up in the 1960s. Very cool. And for all those SNL super fans out there, just this month, Will Forte stepped back into the shoes of wannabe action hero MacGruber. The new series picking up right where that 2010 film left off, and even brought back Forte's former MacGruber co-stars in Kristen Wiig and Ryan Phillippe. Very funny. Lastly, to close out the year, we've got the December premiere of Sex and the City's next chapter on HBO Max, and Just Like That. We'll try not to spoil anything here, but we'll just say, after a lot of anticipation for their favorite characters to return, fans were shocked to learn the fate of Carrie's hubby, Mr. Big, played by Chris Noth, since the release of the first episode. Women have accused Noth of sexual assault.
The stars of the new Sex and the City series, and Just Like That, speaking out about the sexual assault allegations against Chris Noth. After last week, several women accused the 67-year-old actor of sexual misconduct.
These are my very best friends, Miranda and Carrie. Hi.
Sarah Jessica Parker, Cynthia Nixon, and Kristen Davis releasing a joint statement on social media, writing in full, "We are deeply saddened to hear the allegations against Chris Noth. We support the women who have come forward and shared their painful experiences. We know it must be a very difficult thing to do, and we commend them for it."
Put these together, chemical reaction. Boom.
It comes as the fallout for Noth's career continues. He has been dropped from CBS's series The Equalizer. The network said in a joint statement Monday with the show's production company, Universal Television. Universal Television is a subsidiary of NBC Universal, the parent company of NBC News. This as a third anonymous woman came forward over the assault, accusing Noth of sexual assault. The Daily Beast reporting the woman, a friend of the article's author, says Noth forcefully groped her in 2010 at a Manhattan restaurant where she was a hostess. At the time, she was 18 and Noth was 55. The actor's publicist says that Noth denies this ever happening and has no idea who this woman is. That allegation following a report of two other women who came forward anonymously last week, speaking to The Hollywood Reporter. One accusing Noth of rape from an encounter in 2004, the other of sexual assault in 2015. Noth calling those accusations categorically false, saying the encounters were consensual. NBC News has not independently spoken to any of the women or corroborated any of their accounts.
We will continue, of course, to follow up with that story. Shifting gears now, it's time for the pop culture stories that had everybody talking this year.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus, a New Year's Eve edition. So, what were some of the moments this year that had everybody talking and texting and all that stuff nonstop? Well, we found a few that stood out to us. So let's chat. Everything early 2000s made a comeback, right? Low-rise jeans, Tamagotchi toys, and one of America's favorite couples, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck. Now, the couple reunited back in the spring and stayed pretty tight-lipped about that rekindled relationship. Speaking of favorite couples, how about my buddies Gwen Stefani and Blake Shelton? There I am. I was very honored to get to officiate the happy couple's nuptials in July. That is in Oklahoma. It was a fantastic day with a very small group of friends and family. And I don't think fans will ever get sick of all the cool pictures that Gwen was posting in that Vera Wang wedding dress. It was a really, really fun event. Now, from one pop icon to another, hello, talking about the one and only Adele. After a 6-year break, the Grammy winner finally dropped her 4th studio album, 30. And that first single, Easy on Me, broke Spotify's record for most streamed songs in a single day. The track was played by users 24 million times in the first 24 hours. That is incredible. If there's one thing on this list that I thought would never actually happen, it would be a famous Friends reunion. We were doubting it for so long, but after more than a year of rumors and whispers, many of which I thought was all false, about getting this whole gang back together, HBO Max somehow managed to pull off the star-studded spectacle. And almost 2 decades after the original series finale, it warmed fans' hearts to see that Rachel and Monica and Phoebe and Ross and Chandler and Joey will always indeed be there for you. All right, now let's wrap up this roundup with some good news that came out of 2021. After a lengthy and public battle to end Britney Spears' conservatorship, the pop icon won back control of her life and her estate. In November, a judge ruled to terminate the controversial legal arrangement. Here's a look back at the moment when Spears finally became free.
This morning, Britney Spears waking up in control of her life for the first time in nearly 14 years. A moment a long time in the making. The pop star did not speak in court Friday, but on Instagram called it the best day ever. Fans erupting outside of the courthouse when the judge ordered an immediate end to Britney's conservatorship, both of her person and estate.
It means everything to me. I'm at a loss for words right now. We've been wanting this for so long.
The 39-year-old star now free to move on with her life as she pleases.
She can make her financial decisions. She can make her professional decisions. And perhaps most importantly, she can make her own personal decisions.
The Baby One More Time singer's case igniting a nationwide conversation around conservatorships in the U.S., from California to Capitol Hill. Congressman Barry Moore tweeting, "Too many Americans have been wrongfully subjected to predatory conservatorships." Britney's attorney Matthew Rosengart applauding the pop star's courage.
Not only is this momentous for Britney, but she helped shine a light on conservatorships and guardianships from coast to coast.
In a recent change in tone, Jamie Spears pushed for an immediate termination of his daughter's conservatorship. Jamie suspended from his role as conservator in September on the heels of a series of documentaries accusing him of mishandling Britney's money and monitoring her every move.
Britney could not have someone in the privacy of her house without those 3 people knowing.
Jamie's legal team did not comment on Friday's hearing, but previously denied any wrongdoing, adding Jamie encourages a full and transparent examination. Whether the singer's attorney pursues an investigation, Rosengart says, is now entirely up to Britney.
Britney, as of today, is a free woman, and she's an independent woman.
Well, we're very glad to hear that Britney is thriving after all of that. When we come back, we're rounding out our special with some memorable Today moments.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. 2021 gave us some wonderful moments here on Today. Our plaza returned to life as we welcomed back crowds and concerts and guests. It was so great to Studio 1A and, of course, outside on that plaza. Here's a look back at some of our favorite moments from the year. Enjoy.
I've been missing yesterday, but what if there's a better place? Cover me in sunshine, shower me with good times. Tell me that the world's been spinning since the beginning, and everything will be alright. Cover me in sunshine, shower me with good times.
How long have we been waiting for this moment?
Okay, we're doing it.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
That's what we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
I can touch you guys.
From the Midwest.
Still don't touch, it gets weird. Our very first sign. It feels like we're back.
It does feel like we're back. Going around the horn, lady. Whoa, look out.
Al's encouraging everybody to take a walk today.
Oh, look, now he's dancing. Oh, yeah.
It is a Tuesday morning.
Tuesday.
It's
Hump day. Never gets old. Friday Eve out. Boom. On this Friday.
Yay! What time of the day is it?
It is the best time of the day because it's Pop Start.
Hey. Guys, graphics department literally started school today. First day of school today. If they want an education, they can stay home and work with their old man.
All right, we're getting ready to launch our big, you ready? Our big Savannahversary celebration of a decade of Savannah Guthrie here today.
I actually have a little bit of cake, so we're going to have some special people bring.
Guys, now my whole family's here. We're wicked. 3, 2, 1.
Broadway's back! Yes, baby! The name of an NBC Today anchor who is adding quiz show host to her resume.
Who is
Savannah
Hi. Welcome to Jeopardy.
Let's go be weightless. Oh, I can't wait. Something I've been waiting to hear my entire life. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
It is a beautiful, clear day, a perfect day to jump. Say a little prayer.
Oh
my gosh, here we are. Yes!
Let's go. Forgot to tell you that I spent my Fridays growing up at the bowling alley.
That would have been some good information.
In our first ever, but hopefully not last, Today Show pickleball tournament.
No skills, all heart. That's all.
Can't lose. We won!
Hey!
Cheers.
We in New York City this morning. We're feeling so good. My heart is with you. The secret is out. And it only gets stronger with age. Old memories.
Together forever. Na 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 na. Such a long way to go. Such a long way to make it to the border of Mexico.
When we sing our song, at times we may be crying. When nothing's even wrong.
Are you asking me whether Godzilla and King Kong are boys and girls?
We're in person.
Yes,
I know.
Are you in our green room for real?
It's easier to get into jail cells than it is in this place. I've never went through more. I gave a blood sample. Did you know that?
I love it when you do it like that. And when you're closer, give me the shivers. Baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, they won't bring it right back.
If you think about it, we're on morning television, so we can't talk about female pleasure.
I just bleeped that out. I just bleeped it out.
Look into these eyes and tell me you're not going to fall in love.
I mean, America is falling.
Again and again.
Don't blow this, Rod. If you're there, do not blow this opportunity.
I need to have a little girl talk with my girl, just a little. You look happy. Look, I've known you for years.
I am happy.
You look happier.
I'm always happy when you see me home.
Your friend, Ben
Okay.
Affleck. And a little thing we call Benifer.
There's not enough liquor in the world for you to get me to say something about that.
Tell Michael I said hi.
My boyfriend says hi, Michael.
What were you like as a little kid?
I was a pain in the butt, is what I was like.
Literally a circus.
Yeah. I call it a show, but you can call it a circus.
You start low and go high.
Hello.
Yeah.
No.
A little gravelly.
Y'all are so much fun.
It's 4:35. I have 10 minutes to get out of the house and get to work.
I apologize for my Friday hair. All right, I know. Oh my gosh.
This
This is how you get your Beyonce hair.
I noticed when you came in, I said, oh wow, Craig got a new haircut. And then I looked a little closer.
Yeah.
Craig got an earring.
Al, I thought Craig was making the fashion statement today, and then there was you.
I was channeling 1984 today. What do you think about Savannah's shoes?
Awesome! Does anyone wear a size 9?
Your birthday the guy's shoes
to you!
Let's. The thing is, those are Jenna's shoes.
Oh,
you're gonna start loving
My gosh.
Let's get ready to make some noise for the MVPs of Halloween. Arriving to the stadium now, the league's favorite dynamic duo.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, go. Where's the go?
Living legend.
Let's go.
Tom Brady. The pride of Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes. The Weeknd, who lit up the stadium. Bruno Mars headline that was a runaway success. Please welcome the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders.
My girlfriend doesn't eat meat, so, you know, I got to adjust.
And Bobby,
So I have things
who's your
like
girlfriend?
She's going to rename Nameless for now, but thanks for asking.
I'm just gonna Google it. I'll have it by the end of this segment.
Wow.
Nothing remains nameless,
Where'd you meet
Bobby.
her?
It's
How'd you meet her?
2021.
Carson founder. You really are dating up, Bobby. You are really dating up.
You are a lucky man.
Who's talking about vodka over there? Somebody.
Carson. Yes, Martha.
Carson. Hi,
Center Square. Rhoda's eating a whole bundt cake
Oh,
already.
that we have not started the cake segment yet.
Hey, take a breath.
No, your campfire where you have the toasted marshmallow.
Y'all are gonna pretend like using a blowtorch on some peanut butter cookies is normal? We're just gonna pretend like that's normal?
Big kickoff to our Thanksgiving. 21 fantastic chefs from every corner of the country. Cheers!
Cheers.
Cheers.
So you fill it up, and then you pop it. Woo!
There
you go. It looks like you
No! Because stories make life so much fun.
Don't they, though?
Oops. We're just so excited to get started.
And you got more coming up, too, right?
Yeah.
Fourth hour with Hoda and Jenna?
Yeah.
More from Clooney? She did mention.
I just said that.
Oh, I didn't.
You were.
I didn't hear that at all.
May the 4th be with you.
May it be with you, too.
All the Trekkies in the house.
We're not Trekkies. It's Star Wars.
How dare you? Oh, my gosh. Carton. Oh, dude, delete your phone.
Okay,
Get out.
Sorry. Guys, today's show road trip.
Yes. We are shining a light on Cleveland this morning for our Reopening America series. The city's really coming back.
I'm at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Things are slowly but surely picking up. The biggest boondoggle I pull off all year.
This is Dylan Dreyer on 18, and she drops it.
He's a 5'7" super senior from SUNY Oswego.
Chanel live on the field at Gillette Stadium.
This is famous in Tokyo. Giant rainbow cotton candy. This is actually stuck to my hand now. Like, I can't. I will send it back to you.
That's
like, it's never coming off.
Ever. First of all, it's great to share a meal with you. It's even better to share a sake with you. A pie.
Pie.
Our Today Show mascot is the latest American medal winners in the house.
I'm so glad your Olympic dreams came true.
America is proud of you. It is fun to watch them get embraced by this crowd.
Look at it,
ladies. 30 citizenship candidates become the next United States citizens. We are so honored to host their naturalization ceremony.
You're a citizen, and we're sure proud of you. God bless you.
Count my blessings, look to the rising sun.
Isn't that a pretty sight? Some of our frontline workers, our nurses, this is National Nurses Day.
It is the start of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. All right, pause the crowd. Are you guys ready to turn this baby pink?
We promise you will leave inspired today. A special event for International Day of the Girl.
Well, that does it for this very special episode of Popstart Plus. From everybody here at Today, we'd like to wish you and your family a very happy new year. Be well, be healthy, and we look forward to seeing you next year. So long. Hey, everybody, and welcome to a very special edition of Popstart Plus. It is the best of 2021. Over the next hour, we're going to go through the top moments of the year. We'll do it in movies, TV shows, music, and all the big pop culture stories that had us all talking throughout the year. Let's get right to it, shall we? Up first, the year's biggest movies, whether you watched on the big screen or on your couch at home. 2021 was a great year for movies. Let's take a look at some of the hits that made the American Film Institute's top 10 list. And we'll start off with perhaps the most star-studded film of 2021. That's Adam McKay's end-of-the-world action comedy Don't Look Up, already generating a ton of Oscar buzz. Big cast, too. Meryl Streep, Leonardo DiCaprio, Jennifer Lawrence, Jonah Hill, and Timothée Chalamet. That's just to name a few. By the way, speaking of Chalamet, the actor finds himself in 2 films on the top 10, thanks to the science fiction epic Dune. Timothy stars alongside Zendaya, Oscar Isaac, and Jason Momoa in that futuristic film based on the popular novel by Frank Herbert. Bringing things back down to earth now, we've got King Richard. For this one, Will Smith stepped into the role of Richard Williams, the father of tennis superstars Venus and Serena Williams. Smith's been nominated for playing non-fictional characters 2 times before. He did it. He got a nomination in 2002 for Ali and also 2007's The Pursuit of Happiness. The question is, could this be a 3rd time's a charm nomination for Will Smith? Perhaps it will be. We've got 2 great musicals for you from AFI's list. First, we have to talk about West Side Story. Steven Spielberg's reimagining of the classic American musical is a major win with people who've seen it. West Side Story's rating 95% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, which is impressive. And we've got, of course, to see Rita Moreno return to that story that won her an Academy Award 60 years ago. Pretty cool. Let's wrap this up with a little Tick, Tick, Boom. And of course, Lin-Manuel Miranda's directorial debut would be a great musical. This big screen adaptation of Rent creator Jonathan Larson's autobiographical play follows his early career as a theater writer. And of course, the film stars Andrew Garfield. He did stop by our Studio 1A to tell us what it was like singing on screen for the very first time and stepping into the shoes of a Broadway legend.
We are back with Tony winner and Oscar-nominated star Andrew Garfield.
He is using his many, many talents, some newly discovered in the new film called Tick, Tick, Boom. He's starring as the creator of the musical Rent, Jonathan Larson, and it's based on the autobiographical musical of the same name. It follows John's life as a young theater composer in the 90s, struggling to finish his boundary-breaking musical.
Andrew, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
You know what I love about you?
What?
So here's the thing. You say you don't know how to sing, you don't know how to play piano. Lin-Manuel Miranda says, hey, I think you might be the right guy for my movie. And you say, how long is it going to be till we start filming? Because you're planning to learn those things.
Well, yeah, like any good actor, I lie on my CV. And he says, you know, I want you to do this. And I say, well, how long? Yeah, how long do you need? And he says, well, a year. And I'm like, yeah, I can probably do that kind of stuff in a year. Sure. Yeah, I can ride a horse. I can sing. I can play piano. I can do all this.
So you learned it all? You learned how to play piano and sing in that year's time?
I did. And what a privilege that is. And like, you know, how lucky I am that I got to do it through this amazing man's music, Jonathan Larson's music, and so much undiscovered music as well. And there are songs in this musical that people are going to be surprised by, even people who are big fans of Jonathan Larson. So yes.
Of all people to say that to, Lin-Manuel Miranda, I mean, Broadway legend, and you're like kind of riffing, sure, I can sing. Yeah. There was a moment I read that he came and watched one of your rehearsals
He snuck
singing.
in.
Because was he thinking like, All right, I got to make sure he actually can sing. I might have to recast this role.
Oh, of course, because he didn't want to be haunted by the ghost of Jonathan Larson for the rest of his life, going, why did you let this person play me? So yeah, I was rehearsing with one of his music people, Kurt Crowley, who's an amazing person, and I was doing the first couple of phrases of the first number, 3090. And it was just me and Kurt alone in a room, or so I thought, but Lynn had kind of snuck in. And the first I knew of that was that his shoe flew across my face. And then he was looking at me so happy and excited, and he shouted at me. He was like, Andrew Garfield, you can sing, and I do not have to recast you.
Is that what he said? He was more relieved than you.
Oh, totally, yeah. So then we were kind of off to the races. I knew when the shoe flew, we were in a good place.
Is that like a thing? To throw a shoe, that's like a good sign?
It's a weird Lin-Manuel Miranda. I don't think it's a theatre thing. I don't think it's a musical theatre. I think it's just a Lin-Manuel Miranda thing. Like when he's upset in a good way and angry at you for being good, he'll take his shoe off, he'll put it somewhere, or he'll throw it, or it's
I like it. It's a spectacular performance, and I thought what made it even more touching was you dedicated this performance as you have others to your mom who passed away not too long ago. You just were telling me and Savannah, you love to talk about her.
Yeah, I only want to talk about her now because, I don't know. I think grief is all the unexpressed love. I think that's what it feels like. Oh, there she is, yeah. Look at that, gorgeous. She loved that green jumpsuit. That was like, she felt really powerful in that green jumpsuit. It was the kind of thing she wouldn't usually wear. So for me, grief is unexpressed love. So, and I'm never going to be able to express fully the love that I have for my mother, the gratitude I have that I got given the best mother around. So it's a never ending. And for John, for me, it's like we all leave this life with an unfinished song, no matter how much of our song we get out. It's never going to be fully done. And it was the same for my mother. So I get to continue singing her song for her in my life, and I get to do it through John's unfinished song as well, for all of us. So I feel very, very lucky.
Well, other than Lin-Manuel Miranda, she was really the first one to discover you and your talent, and seeing that maybe drama and acting, maybe that was going to be your calling.
Yeah,
she saw that in you.
She did, even though she was making me maybe destined for a life of poverty as an out-of-work actor. She was like, I'd rather my son be happy than rich, or than within the status quo. I was an athlete, and then I gave that up, and then I was studying academia, and I kind of didn't connect with the things that were being presented to me in this kind of provincial place that I was brought up in the south of England. And it was her that really saw that I was struggling and said, well, why don't you look at something creative? And I was like, well, I tried clay molding and I wasn't very good, and I tried painting and I wasn't very good, tried music and I was fine, and then it was the last thing I tried was theatre. And she kind of hung in there with me, and was the first person to put me on that kind of path, so I'm indebted to her forever.
Wow. Well, they're talking Oscar buzz for your performance.
Yes,
I don't know if that embarrasses you or pleases you to hear. Would you rather me take a shoe and throw it at you?
I would much rather be knocked out by your high heel right now.
We do have to ask you about Spider-Man.
Oh yeah,
everybody's saying
we have to.
Everybody's saying you may be in it. There's a cameo. Why don't you just go ahead and confirm?
Go ahead.
It might just make it easy. Let's just end it right now. Why speculate?
You guys are really good at your jobs, but I'm better at mine. Listen. I'm not in the film. I love Spider-Man. I always have. I was so happy to have played the part. And I'm so excited to see what they do with the third one, just like you guys are, to be honest. No, that's not like a diplomatic answer. Like, I really, really mean it. Like, I love Tom Holland, I love John Watts, I love Amy Pascal and Kevin Feige and what they've done with those movies and that character, because it's an important character to me. So I'm just really excited to see what happens in the third one, as you guys are, I can see as well.
Well done, Andrew.
A delight. Thank you so much, and congratulations on all your success.
Thank you so much.
And new talent.
Andrew Garfield, what a talent. Coming up, the year in TV. Plus, we're answering this question: what were people binge watching in 2021? Now I'm curious. Stay with us.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. Is your last Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back to Popstart Plus. It is the best of 2021. Now, if 2020 was Netflix's year of the Tiger King, if that's what everybody was watching, what show defined the streaming service in 2021? Let's count down the top 5 most streamed. Coming in at number 5, The Witcher, Season 1, based on total numbers of hours streamed. It looks like fans could not get enough of Superman's Henry Cavill as Witcher, Geralt of Rivia, in this fantasy series that I need to see. And Season 2 drops just in time for the new year on December 19th. Coming in at number 4, streamer, Stranger Things, Season 3, as fans eagerly await the return of this ragtag group of monster-fighting teens and tweens. They were binging this whole thing last season. Well, good news, you're not going to have to wait a whole lot longer. After a 2-year hiatus, the show's expected to return in 2022. In at number 3, we have Spain's Money Heist. And even if you haven't had a chance to tune into this series just yet, you probably recognize that creepy Salvador Dali mask and red cape was a very popular Halloween costume in 2021. Coming in at number 2, you knew it, Bridgerton, of course. When this period drama dropped in January of this year, it became Netflix's biggest launch to date. Nearly 82 million households swooned over Regé-Jean Page's Duke of Hastings. We're still not over his decision not to return for Season 2. And topping the list as the most streamed show on Netflix, you got it, Squid Game, the show that actually smashed that Bridgerton streaming record I was just talking about. It couldn't be more different than the romantic royal drama, too. There's a lot to unpack with this one. Luckily for us, Joe Fryer took a deep dive into just how dark the Korean thriller became, as it was now an unlikely streaming sensation.
게임에 참가를 원하지 않는 분은 지금 말씀해 주시길 바랍니다.
Whether you're watching it in Korean with subtitles or with the English dub.
Red light, green light. The thing we did as kids on the playground?
Let me repeat the rules.
I think that's what you said.
Squid Game is a universal hit. Netflix predicts there's a very good chance it's going to be our biggest show ever. That means surpassing the current number 1,
Miss Daphne Bridgerton.
A vastly different show, the whimsical British period drama Bridgerton. Squid Game, on the other hand, is a dark dystopian tale. It centers on characters who are in debt and playing a series of children's games, hoping to win millions of dollars. But if they lose the games, they lose their lives. 9-episode series released less than 3 weeks ago has already sparked all kinds of memes and viral TikTok videos. And with Halloween approaching, squid-inspired costumes, including those green jumpsuits, are selling out fast.
How cool is it that this show right now is just so big?
It's been really a wild ride that I'm so happy to be a part of. And it's really become a global phenomenon and put Korean content, on the map.
Mickey Hyun with the Korean Cultural Center of New York says it's just the latest example of Korean content finding global love. From Parasite winning the Best Picture Oscar last year, to K-pop bands like BTS dominating the music charts.
It has familiarized and brought a lot of attention to Koreans and the Korean culture in a very tangible way.
Now, a runaway hit about games for kids that's anything but child's play.
That show is a phenomenon on a lot of levels. All right, while we're talking about TV, no one was busier this year than our friend Kenan Thompson. From SNL to a self-titled show to hosting the People's Choice Awards, the funny guy was absolutely everywhere, and he sat down with our own Savannah Guthrie for her 6-minute marathon series.
What is something you have read about yourself that is totally untrue?
Well, I mean, I guess my net worth is kind of surprising to me. I Googled that recently, and I was like, well, I don't know where they're getting that number from.
Higher or lower?
In my mind, it's lower. It should be higher.
Welcome to the 6-minute marathon.
Well, let's do this. I'm ready. I run a lot of marathons, so let's do it.
All right, here we go. Number 1. What is the one thing you always have to have on an airplane?
Headphones.
What is the most used app on your phone?
Most used app. Wow. Probably messaging, text messaging.
Are you a WhatsApper?
I'm not a WhatsApper. I need to get my WhatsApp cracking. My wife has it.